All right, everyone, welcome back to Eoqialyn. We're on episode 4. We are going to start off with a quick recap of what happened last time. Don, what happened last time?
Listen. So Stone had every intention of, pondering this vision that he had and then trying to catch up to y'all at Arcadia, but that was the plan. What happened was the monks showed back up and were like, "Hey, what's going on, dude?" And I was like, "Yo, I had this vision." And they were like, "Really? We want visions." And I'm like, "Can't help you there." And they're like, "Yes, you can. Bring us to the Grave of Eoqialyn, bitch."
Yeah, that's definitely how it went. That was the mood. That was the vibe.
Yeah, definitely. They were very aggressive about it. So Stone felt like he didn't have it. No. So basically, Stone agreed to bring the monks to the Grave of Eoqialyn to try to kind of help them figure out their lives, figure out kind of what their next moves were going to be. He went and talked to Earth about that, and Earth was like, "That's a really stupid idea. Things have gotten way worse near the grave since you guys were there. Like spirits are running around and stuff like that." And she was like, "If you really got to do this, then you're going to take this." And she gave me a staff made out of Golar wood, which is dope. We set out the next morning for the grave. Things did not go supremely well over the course of the entire expedition through the woods, but we ran into some spirits that were fighting an endless war with each other and decided that we were the enemy. We ran into a demon who had decided that life was purposeless and thought that all of it was just a farce and was basically heckling us from the sidelines the whole time. And then we got to the Grave of Eoqialyn, and the demon showed back up, and we fought that demon. We sure did.
To clarify a few things, the demon fed on hopelessness.
Yeah.
So it leapt upon one of the worshippers of Eoqialyn who had gotten to the grave and was like, "Eoqialyn, give me a vision," and there was nothing, and so was filled with hopelessness, gets jumped by the demon who starts sucking his life force. But then...
So Stone actually had kind of declared at the beginning of that combat, the demon was basically just accept that life is there is no purpose in life, and just vibe with it, yo. And Stone had gotten so pissed off at this demon over the course of the entire run through this forest that he was like, "Nope, I've got a purpose right now. My purpose right now is to kick your ass." And so when the demon leapt on him to try to feed on him, the demon was like, "So you aren't full of hopelessness because you have a purpose, which is to kill me. I'm gonna split and get the fuck out of here." And Stone was like, "Nah," and killed the demon, through the chest with the Golar staff. "Nah, man, you're dead now. Welcome to life."
So yeah, the spirit was stabbed through the chest with the Golar staff, right above the Grave of Eoqialyn, and Eoqialyn's tentacles sort of came up and pulled it down into the pool. What happened? What happened next?
Then Stone kind of went through a little bit of I don't really know. I think he sort of accepted the fact that the path that he was going to be on was not going to be the path that he had imagined it would be, and has sort of decided that instead of immediately following all of you, he is going to take the 2 remaining monks that were with him and basically strike out in the direction of what his vision of Eoqialyn was. So he is not coming back.
For the time being.
Wait.
So Don is going.
What? Stone's not coming back?
Stone's not coming back for this season.
Season. Wow. Okay.
What?
Yep.
Whoa.
We just sort of like gamed it out, and it made the most sense kind of at the moment. There were a couple of different ideas that we were bouncing around as we were playing, but that ended up being the one that we like fit the best. So yeah. He is not here for the time being, but he is still alive, and he will come back.
Do our characters know anything about any of this?
No,
I don't know.
your
I'm
characters are just gonna
possibly
be like, "Where's Stone?"
Oh.
He did say he have to go on a fucking vision quest.
He did.
So.
He did say that he had to go and he had some things to take care of, and then he would try and catch up when he could. So
I suppose he's kind of Gandalfing us at the moment.
Stone is absolutely Gandalfing you right now.
All right.
All right. So the rest of you, let's get a quick recap of what happened last time.
Oh man, that's a tough thing to do. We arrived in Arcadia, and we were greeted by hordes of refugees from Gareth that we discovered were from Gareth. Several walking through the city, we noticed several mercenary factions, no unified force, and that the city had fallen into quite a damp, dark, kind of unkempt state, which was not what Anastas and what I assume Alexander was expecting. However, Dorian, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, led us through his beautiful city, remarking on the wonderful architecture and memories and things that he had. And then we arrived at the Caldwell Manor, where we met Dorian's family. It's probably better for him to pick up here.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add one more thing. We actually started at the farm. I just felt like it was kind of a... Yeah, the farm was destroyed, and we found that black arrow, so we know that it was that group that was hunting us.
As far as... I listened up to the point that you got to your childhood home, so I did hear the very beginning and did hear that part.
Sure. So upon arriving at Caldwell Manor, we went in. The house servant kind of answered the door, let us in.
What was his name?
Yes. I'm so bad with names.
You got this.
I don't.
Isn't it like Mr. It's like Mr.
I'm gonna smack myself as soon as I hear it too.
Mr. Creechley or Cromley or
Argyle Filch.
Yeah,
Argyle.
Yeah, we were way off. Argyle. Mr. Filch. That's
Mr.
what he
Filch.
was.
Mr. Filch.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
What a great name for a butler. I wonder if he steals the family silver.
Mr. Filch. Yes.
So, once we got there, trying to keep it brief, we chatted with my father. He explained to us that these were refugees from Gareth, and there's been a disease that's running rampant inside of Arcadia. Dorian explained to both him and soon after his mother all of the events that Dorian has been through since he had left Arcadia, up until coming back, essentially. And when he was chatting with his mother,
who is the leader of the Council of Burghers, as I've heard.
Yes. The Caldwells own the local apothecary and made a lot of money off of that.
She's kind of like the king of the burgers.
Yeah.
Call her.
My mom's basically
the Burger King.
Okay. Anyways, she told Dorian that she wants to throw this ball, this get together,
soiree was
soiree.
Yes.
Of basically all the different leaders inside of Arcadia coming home to celebrate Dorian's homecoming after they had thought he was dead.
How is it that we always end up at fucking big soirees?
It's not that big.
Is
Okay.
it?
It's more like a very fancy dinner.
Just saying, guy got turned into a chicken last time.
And then something pretty crazy happened. A head came flying through the window, crashing through, with a note inside of its mouth that said, "We see you."
No,
it did not.
No?
It said, "Do you see us now?"
Oh,
I
do
was
you
gonna
see
say,
us now?
We know is fucking Dark Brotherhood.
Yeah, right.
Not just a head, a disfigured, corrupted head.
Ooh,
And
corruption
outside,
zombies.
we caught a glimpse of two individuals in wooden masks, and one individual, three individuals, two in plain wooden masks, and one in a red lacquered mask. I believe Alexander made immediate moves out the window.
Yes,
As
yes,
he does.
As he do. I will be right back, by the way. Guys, keep going.
Oh,
Yeah.
Something happened out in front of the house. Alexander's already out the nearest window.
Alexander dips out the window, and Anastas, who had already had a bit of a tense moment with Dorian's mother, stopped to question her. Anastas doesn't think her intentions are pure, and is kind of bewildered that resources are being funneled where they are, and we have refugees when this could potentially be one of the last bastions of humanity. So he stops and questions Dorian's mother for a little
big
while.
Golden skeleton comes to this city and is like, "I think you're running this incorrectly. Let me tell you why."
He held his tongue. He was very respectful.
Classic
Anastas,
I love it.
but there was some tension, and Anastas is not a fan.
Yeah.
After a brief conversation, Anastas jettisons itself out of the window after hearing some sounds and kind of seeing
everybody going through the windows. Everybody going through these windows.
Everybody went through the window.
Dorian did not. He used the door.
Wow,
Alexander,
the guy with a lame leg didn't go through the window.
Alexander wasn't able to pin down two of the three, but was able to halter a third. And then Anastas went after that third person, but was also unable to pin the individual down. As the wooden masked assailant, ne'er-do-well, ran away, it was instantaneously vaporized by a lightning gun that the city guard had. This shocked and appalled both Alexander and Anastas. The guard also appeared to be shocked and appalled by what this thing does, painting a picture that this is a technology that these individuals should not have, nor are they trained for. We brought this information back to the Madame Caldwell, who was relieved that the devices worked. She begrudged her capitalist competitor for having acquired more of these guns from the Academy, and she does want to raise taxes in order to acquire more for herself and her private army.
Sure.
These guns were discovered to have come from the Academy itself. They have closed their doors. They are not allowing anyone in. And somehow, some way, the burgers are getting this technology from them. This led to Anastas needing some time alone and wanting to go converse with the refugees from Gareth, who wanted to know to tell the refugees that Gareth is safe, it's protected, it was defended, only to be ostracized from the refugees, finding out that these refugees had not escaped the Hadra that invaded Gareth. They escaped the Nezhit that rescued Gareth.
What?
Yes.
Interesting.
This sent Anastas into some contemplation. It walked around the city, just gathering a little bit more information on the different factions of mercenaries there are, but did come to the conclusion that the faction Anastas thinks we need to help here are the individuals in the wooden mask.
Gotcha.
So it went back to Caldwell Manor, asked for Alexander, and brought Alexander to a bar on the outskirts of town.
Leave
Is
Alexander.
Lucy back?
I think Eric is still gone.
Okay. So that conversation, Alexander went into the bar, kind of schmoozing. Anastas remained outside, not to cause unnecessary disruption. And met a handful of crazy characters, but eventually was met with somebody with a knife to his liver, saying, eventually gave in the information that if we want information on the masked people, we have to go to the church. There's a man who runs a church operation that is making the masks, and this person is also supposedly aiding the ill of Arcadia, which
That
the
was,
illness is corruption.
Clarification there. There are two different characters that were discussed there. There was the one guy who was running the clinic, who's one of the reverends from the cathedral. There is the information about the old man who was making the masks was from a different bar patron who was a conspiracy theorist.
That's correct. He
Last
was.
time
Also
traveler.
may have thought that he was from the future.
Yes, that is
Great.
okay. Got it. They both point to the same location, correct?
They did point to the same
So,
location.
yeah, I made the connection that they were both the same person. But at the church, there's a person making masks, and there's a person tending to the sick and the wounded, which the higher ups are trying to ignore, and that is corrupted individuals.
Which
So-
the time traveler guy was
Yeah.
corrupted.
Then to start to move towards wrapping up, Anastas noticed two cloaked individuals, and gleamed just a bit of gold, gilded into one of the individual's skulls, highlighting it as the Nezhit, perhaps even the Nezhit that Deacon Valentian told him to discover. Anastas decided not to take chase at the moment and wait for Alexander. They did, and were going to make a visit at the church. They made it nearly there until crossing a specific cross street, which included the apothecary that is ran by the Caldwells, and the two cloaked Nezhit who did not want to be seen. Like, we kind of figured out that they recognized Anastas, but they did not seem to know that Anastas knew who they were. But now they are discovered. They make eye contact with Alexander and Anastas, and they take out running after having left the Caldwell apothecary. The one little bit of information to add to that is that we have information that would suggest that the tar that the Nezhit burn is being used to treat corruption in Arcadia.
Sure. Interesting.
Anything else that anyone wants to add to the recap?
Yes. Dorian, meanwhile, he wasn't involved with anything back at the bar. Instead, he was still back at the manor, and he had, I suppose, struck a deal with Professor Colin that Professor Colin was trying to avoid his family at the moment, and Dorian had kind of suggested a quid pro quo that he would allow the professor to continue working on the journal with him, even though he knows it's harmful. He knows that the professor sees so much purpose within that.
Right.
so long as Professor Colin goes back and talks to his family
Talks
first.
to his family. Like,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Doesn't just alienate himself. And then he had a conversation with his mother shortly after that, who clarified that she was working on trying to sort of mass produce these weapons to help arm Arcadiava's people, especially with the news of the army of Hadra and Garth.
Right.
So Dorian is definitely on his parents' side of wanting to mass produce these. And the other thing that he found out from his mother is that the corruption that is spreading throughout Arcadiava originated from the very same chamber that Dorian had fallen into and broken his leg in the first place. Like,
I see. Okay.
big backstory part. I learned there.
Patrick is contemplating. Is that the case?
I am contemplating.
Did I confuse that information?
You're like on the right track, but your mother doesn't know that.
How did I know? I heard it somewhere in the session before.
Yeah,
That's what Dorian could potentially just.
Your father.
Gears are
your
turning.
Your father, made an insinuation that there was corruption,
yes.
from the university, like that the university folks might have some corruption, and that might have come from the same chamber that you fell into, but since the university's closed, he doesn't really know. And he really only made like a vague allusion to it. He was like, well, this happened and then this happened, and so like maybe
it very well could be. And Dorian was laid up in like the hospital wing for so long that so that's the last of the stuff I can think of that I believe mattered, or at least that I wrote notes for. So that's all I got.
Well, let's jump into it then. We are going to begin in the Arcadian streets, which are our two Talon's character Anastas and Alexander have just seen these Nezhit. And sort of locked eyes with them. Give me just a second. We're going to play this. Okay. You cannot see the eyes beneath the muddy cowl, only empty sockets and rotting flesh, gilded with gold. These Nezhit are young, you realize. Unpredictable. They turn momentarily to one another tensely. The mere moments that pass between you drag like hours. Suddenly, their cloaks fly through the air as they turn to flee, and in seconds they are disappearing down the cobbled Arcadian streets, which are now wet with rain. What would you two like to do?
Anastas is going to assume a sprinter's position and take off.
Got it. Yeah, sounds good. Alexander, are you going to join him?
Yes, he will follow at this point.
Okay, which of you has the higher quick?
I have a 14.
Let me just double check that actually. My quick is also 14.
Okay, so either of you can make the quick check made to pursue these two Nezhit. It is going to be at a -1.
Go for it. You initiated. Well, you initiated the sprint.
Anastas digs his hands into the ground, and you can actually see his feet, like welded into sabatons, crack the cobblestone beneath it as it like lunges on all fours down the alleyway.
Yes. So breaking off into a sprint, you are led down winding alleyways through Arcadia's streets, across cobblestones, and into a wide open market district on the east side of town. Obviously it's very late at night. The marketplace is basically empty. However, there are barrels and boxes, carts, there's closed up shops and various piles of refuse and all sorts of crap between you and the sounds of your fleeing prey. You do manage to keep them in your sights, and you can see where they are headed. Okay, I'm gonna have you guys go in. We're gonna do this as a combat encounter, even though you are still fleeing. Kind of similar to how we would. Why is that called the Death Lord? That's not right. Okay.
The Death Lord. Oh, not started.
And we need an Anastas and we need an Alexander, and we are going to activate all of these for combat. And what is our order here? Okay. How is that? Can't be right. Okay. All right. Anastas. Go ahead.
Given the fact that I have walked through here earlier this evening, can I glean every information on how to cut them off?
You did say that you kind of walked around all of town, right?
There was a specific moment where I did walk through the market district.
You did walk through the market district. Yeah. Okay. Give me a cunning check. This is going to be a little difficult though, because you've really only been here one time. They have a little bit more knowledge than you do. So we're actually going to have it modified by their cunning, and then also a little bit harder than that.
Not Anastas's thing.
Let's make this at a -2.
Okay. It's not. Oh, no way!
There it is.
He was number 1!
Okay, so they seem like that they are headed towards the south side of town. Looking at Alexander, you think that if you circumnavigate this place and kind of go around, that might actually be faster than trying to go through. Do you? So
we think they're going towards the open gate by the refugees, they're trying to get out of the city.
It could at least that side of town. They're headed to that
we'll
side.
Go with that. We'll go with that instinct. So if I break off with should I send with that cunning check? Do I know whether I should continue pursuing and send Alexander south, or should we switch that?
Up to you. That is a.
I have eyes on them.
Mm-hmm.
I will continue chasing the two Nezhit, and I will shout to Alexander, "Alexander, head south. Cut them off."
All right. So, Anastas, you start heading through the through Stick Market itself, up and over booths and through around discarded boxes and barrels and things. I'm gonna have you make a quick check. Again, this is gonna be modified -1. All right. So, Anastas, as you're going through, you kind of get tripped up by some loose refuse that's on the ground and the slick water on the cobblestones, and fall through through one of the market stalls and into a pile of boxes. You get up, but you see that you have lost some distance. Alexander, it is your turn. So you are headed out around. You're going to try and cut them off to the south?
Yes.
Okay, straight quick check. And this is not going to be modified by anything.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. So you break off into a sprint around. by staying to the edge of Stick Market, you're able to find a pretty safe corridor. You're not having to climb over boxes and through things, but it is a much longer distance. Because of this, I'm going to have you roll a strong check, or unless anyone can tell me what a better check would be for, like, endurance.
I would
Strong?
guess, yeah, strong.
I think it's just going to be strong.
Either strong or resolute.
Would resolute work?
If you can give me an argument for how you're resolute, that Alexander's just like, I'm gonna do this thing no matter what, I'm happy with that.
Because mine is the drill that will pierce the heavens. I will probably just end up taking a strong then, unfortunately.
Just doing the strong check. Got it.
We're not gonna.
I can see like force of will.
Okay. No modifiers.
Well, usually strong comes first, and then will is like what happens after.
Oh my god!
Boom, baby.
Yeah.
Alexander
making up
just
for all
like.
the rolls you failed last time.
How does Alexander run?
Well, no, he's not Naruto running, but it's very like
Like a cheetah.
Are we talking
Kinda like a
like
cheetah,
Are we
yeah.
talking like a cheetah? Okay, so
he's,
like
you know, he's a
On all
lankier dude.
fours.
He's a lankier dude, so he's just got that long stride kind of shit going on.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Just got like a very long stride and just like hits a rhythm and takes off. Okay. The bad guys are gonna go and they're gonna make their. Okay, so they end up passing through a huge trash pile, that's like kind of off to one of the sides of Stick Market, where just all of this refuse has been collected, and there are bits and things. It's kind of vaguely covered in slime. And Anastas, as you are chasing them, you come to this area where there's incredibly uneven footing. So your quick check is going to be made at -4.
What? There's this area of thick. Could I attempt to like launch myself over a large portion of this and like?
Yeah, if you would like to make a strong check to do that instead, to just like barrel your way through this.
I see them kind of trip up. I know that there's trash and slime on the ground. I'm gonna like put a hand on the ground and try to like handspring.
Yeah.
What's the modifier? Still -4?
Yes, still -4, but you can use strong rather than quick.
Boom. Anastas, like, I imagine, like, takes the wheel off his back, slams it into the ground, and then, like, cartwheels over it. To try to, like, catapult himself towards the two individuals.
Okay. All right. So Alexander, you are on the straight pass, kind of headed southwest. You had to cut over southeast to cut them off. So you've like now rounded your L. You can hear them scraping through boxes and things off to your left, and you are shunted into an alleyway with a 15-foot high wall. There are some boxes and things that are piled up there, but you're either going to have to backtrack significantly or get over this wall. What would you like to do?
I'd like to kind of try some acrobatics and get over this wall.
Excellent. Yeah. Give me a quick check. This is going to be at -4.
All right.
I'm back.
Come on, baby.
Come on. Let's do this. Ah!
Ooh, you were very result margin was -6. Okay, so you run up the boxes and you leap up, but the box pile that you jump on collapses under you as you jump. You are only barely able to grab onto the edge of the top of this wall. You clamber over it, but you've lost time. You're able to jump down onto the other side, and you can hear that they are almost at the edge of the market district. One of you is going to have to move very fast in order to be able to catch up with them. Anastas, it is your turn. Oh,
and
okay. So, up ahead of you, you see that the two Nezhit have jumped into into one of these stalls, but there was a cart there, and they slip up under the cart. The cart starts rolling out towards you, and they fall to the ground. You can make your so you've got a cart coming at you. What would you like to do?
I'm going to smash the cart to pieces in front of me and continue running.
Make a strong
it.
check, no modifier. Oh yeah. What does this look like?
So Anastas finishes his like acrobatic maneuver, and then has kind of like running straight forward with the wheel like dragging behind him. The cart starts coming down the alleyway towards him, and it just like obliterates it into splinters, and the Nezhit can see out of like the puff of dust a raging colossus.
Excellent. All right.
Ever nearing.
Alexander, you and Anastas meet up on the other side of Stick Market, just as the Nezhit leave the district and head off down one of the streets. You can very clearly see them in your sights, and they duck off into an alleyway where you hear a door close behind them. You can see the building that they ducked into. As you kind of round the corner and take a look at it, there is a sign outside the shop that reads Crispin's Curiosities. Again, it's very late. Everything is dark and boarded up.
Yeah.
There appear to be no lights inside.
Anastas, there's one entrance.
There is, so it looks like they went into the back entrance. Like they headed down the alley, and then there's like a little door right there. You heard that door close.
And me and Alexander are together.
You and Alexander now are together, yes.
Well,
I think Anastas reaches out a long hand on Alexander's chest and kind of suggests that we hold back and watch for a while.
you think they might come back out with somebody else, or?
I think they either are in a corner or already gone.
Hmm.
And if they are already gone, we know where they hide.
Yes.
I
Yes,
don't
well-
believe the gods, with their technology, will be understanding
No,
of a
you're
break.
quite right there. Indeed. Yes, we can stake out the area for a little while and see what we can find. It's pretty late, but
Alexander, I do not require sleep.
well,
You
that's
do.
fair.
Perhaps you retire to Caldwell Manor. Do not bring up what happened this evening to our dear Dorian.
Of course. Secret safe with me. Are you sure you can handle this yourself then?
I will be well hidden in this alley, and should I be questioned, I am a guest of Madame Caldwell.
Suppose that's true. I will let Dorian know that you're indisposed at the moment, busy with something else. I'll see what he's been up to then, and we can hopefully reconvene in the morning then.
Tell him I am in search of my Nezhit. You can tell him that.
Understood.
Thank you, Alexander, for coming with me tonight.
Of course. Stay safe.
You as well.
All right, we'll head
right.
back to the to Caldwell Manor then.
Okay,
Excellent.
just to give you guys a fair warning, my internet has been going nuts tonight, so I really apologize if I do get dropped. I've been dropped twice already.
Got it.
What was the conclusion of that chase?
They disappeared into a shop called what's Curiosities?
Crispin's
Crispin's Curiosities.
Crispin's Curiosities. So they emerged from Caldwell Apothecary and disappeared into Crispin's Curiosities. And Anastas's deduction was that they either have a way out inside of the shop or they are stuck inside of the shop, and either is good enough information for it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anastas, you wait the rest of the night watching Crispin's Curiosities. Does anything good happen is the question. Ooh. Yeah, things are pretty good for you tonight. Watching the shop, nothing emerges from the shop. You see very little movement for a few hours. Sometime in the very early morning, you hear a rickety cart coming up the alleyway, kind of from behind you. Now, where exactly are you posted up? I guess I should
imagine say. I'm trying to find a space where I could lean or sit that could observe the alleyway and maybe like the back door. I want to be able to look at the back door and maybe the alleyway towards the front door. I know that I can't see both at once.
Got it. All right.
So, you know what? No, actually, can I change that answer?
Yeah.
Is there a way I could get onto a roof, onto an adjacent building?
Sure. You're looking around. It would not be impossible to do so, but you might make a lot of sound doing that.
It's not like there's no easy.
There doesn't seem to be like an easy access, but you could reasonably make your way up there.
I'll stay where I am. I want to be able to see the alleyway through the main road and keep an eye on the back door.
Are you trying to remain hidden while you do this?
No. I don't think I can. It's just I want to be out of sight for like many people walking on the street.
Yeah.
You would have to go down the alley and you would very obviously see me kind of kneeling or sitting.
So if you're going to go into or out of the back door, you would see Anastas? Or are you far enough away that you might not?
You might not.
Okay. Well, you hear in the very early morning, you hear the sounds of a cart. Two individuals are pulling a cart that is piled with something covered up with a tarp in the back. They stop outside the door to Crispin's Curiosities, and this piques your interest. Could you give me a discreet check? You're pretty far away, you're not moving, and they're not really on the lookout for you. So this is going to be at +3.
No.
Oh. Okay. So they see you.
Anastas basically says, "Excuse me," but no.
He's
very obviously looking.
So they start unloading the whatever is piled up in the cart, and as they pull the first thing out, it is clear that there are bodies. That the cart is laden with bodies. Seeing you across the street, rather down the alleyway, they're initially startled, but they nod to you. Unlocking the door, they spend probably about 10 minutes carrying bodies into the shop. On their way out, they lock the door, nod at you again, and make their leave.
Excuse me.
What?
And I kind of make sure my wheel's on my back, and I hold my hands up.
Shh. Keep your voice down. What?
I would.
You're not changing the
am-
terms of our agreement, are you?
He pauses for a moment. Certainly not. I appreciate all that you've done for us. I apologize that we haven't been acquainted. I am Anastas. I represent the Orthodoxy as a Provislov.
No names, no names. Keep that to yourself.
Sure, I assume it is better that way. I am, however, required to assess where you acquired these bodies from. I cannot let you leave without that information. And he kind of clenches his fist a little bit.
Yeah, these well, where did we get these ones? I think these were from the chop shop just outside town.
And to confirm you are who you're saying you are,
We just move the bodies. We're not involved in anything. We just move the bodies. That's all we do.
and you bring them to us here.
Yeah, down in the basement. What's this about?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Sorry to have bothered you. Thank you for your service. And should you ever need any more arrangements, you make sure to find me. I am now in charge of this operation. Do you understand?
You want to persuade? Be persuasive here?
Do. And I will kind of drop my wheel to the ground. I want to add a bit of my terrifying perk.
Okay, sure. Yeah, horrifying is what you are.
Horrifying, yes.
So that's a +1 bonus.
I drop my wheel to the ground, and I put a thin finger through one of their collars, bring them close, lurch under, and say, "Are we clear? You will come to me, and only me."
Excellent. Yeah. Give me that persuasive check.
That gets a +1.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Well, where do we find you?
He kind of gestures to himself briefly, but you can find me outside of the Caldwell Manor. Simply, I'm trying to think of a call sign. Find me in Caldwell Manor, ring the door, and ask Argyle to fetch Anastas.
Right. Okay. If anything comes up, we'll let you know. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow.
Here?
Here.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. And they grab their cart and head off down into the Arcadian streets. The Arcadian streets have begun to pick up. There is some activity as the sun just begins to peek up over the horizon, filling the sky with a purple orange tint. All right. So the rest of you are back at Caldwell Manor, sleeping. Correct?
I'd imagine that Dorian would have stayed up at least for a little while, waiting for his friends to come back.
Yeah, Dorian, you wait up, and eventually, after a few hours, Alexander returns.
Dorian is kind of just sitting in that foyer study area where he had been talking with his father the day before. Kind of with a book on his lap and a candle lit, just starting to nod off. And then he looks up and sees Alexander. What does he look like after all of the traipsing around town he's
Alexander is wet and like muddy up to the knees, and like his hair is just like long and down around his face. Alexander, you didn't get in any fights or anything like that, so you're not bloody or anything, but
right.
Yeah. Tired, wet, and muddy.
Oh my. What happened to you? And where's Anastas?
Oh, it's been a long night. We had some business to attend to. Anastas is he's attending to a bit more personal with some Nezhit. It's nothing to worry about. We just
Nezhit?
It's
Here?
apparently. Honestly, I don't know too much myself.
Oh, yes, that's right. Anastas did mention something about having to look for some Nezhit within Eoqialyn. Something about someone back in Gerth. One from his order.
Yes, I'm not quite sure all this myself, but we found them.
What happened to you?
Oh,
you found them?
To a degree. He's going a little further. I couldn't, I needed sleep.
Right. Well, I'm sure any of the guest rooms that are available are for grabs, and if you'd like, I'm sure Mr. Filch would be more than happy to launder your outfit tomorrow if you wanted to change into something dry. I might have an extra set of clothes or something around here somewhere for you that might fit you.
Yes, I would appreciate that very greatly. That would be very nice. It's been a long night.
Is everything all right? Are you safe? Is anyone in danger?
Oh, no, I think we are fine. It's more so just a lot of traipsing around. We been all over the city, it feels, and a little bit of running, good cardio for keeping in shape.
Where did you find them? What were they up to?
Well, to be honest, I don't 100% know. I left Anastas after that point, but we walked with them through the square.
You walked and wound up looking like that?
It was a long walk.
Oh, well, that's Eoqialyn for you, I suppose. Very wet here. But all right, come along, and Dorian will take him up to his room, fish out like a spare set of clothes, and toss them over to him.
Yeah.
And there's a bath just down the hall if you feel you need one.
Alexander is already heading down towards the bath.
All right, sleep well.
And you as well.
And Dorian goes to bed.
Excellent. All right. So you spend the rest of the night in peace and quiet, getting. This is your. Is this your first day here?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, this is our
This
first
is
night.
like your first day sleeping in a bed, like a real bed, in months. And it is so nice.
Oh yeah.
Dorian
definitely already had his bath yesterday, and all the treats he wanted, and well, maybe not all of them. The blueberries muffins were quite the
muffins
upset.
were not as good as they could have been. They weren't bad. They're just not going to change your life.
It's like a desert.
You awaken the next morning, having slept in just a little bit. When you come downstairs, your mother is in the drawing room, and she's meeting with several mercenary guards from the Blackjacks. You recall the Blackjacks not the Blackjacks, the Brass Jacks. The Brass Jacks. They have that signature red and purple garb that they wear, and they all have the large brass clubs at their side. Don, would you like to describe your character?
Oh shit.
Sure. So one of the people that are in this room conversing with the Lady Burger is a guy in just typical Brass Jacks armor with one of their bolt throwers thrown over his shoulder on a strap. He has the club that is sort of like their official, unofficial sort of symbol. And otherwise, it's just kind of like a haggard looking, like, you know, if cigarettes exist in this world, he's got one in his mouth but doesn't have it lit kind of thing. And is otherwise just like kind of grizzled, like a little bit of like a scar, you know, like kind of that kind of thing. And is just listening very, very intently. Well, actually, he's not listening very intently. He's leaning up against one of the walls in the study and like just kind of there.
Dorian, come. The sun has been up for probably 3 hours already. What are you doing? Yes.
Dorian comes around the corner, like full-blown Scrooge nightgown, hair a complete mess, kind of scratching at his back a little bit, and good morning.
Dorian, these are the additional mercenaries that I hired for security for the soiree tonight. Given the events of yesterday, I don't want to be taking any chances. This is Captain... I'm sorry, what did you say your name was again?
Raleigh, ma'am.
Captain Raleigh. He is going to be in charge of security here tonight, and in particular is going to be investigating these Masque characters. We've had far too many threats from them, and it seems that they are escalating now to violence. I'm not willing to take any chances, and so he is going to be trying to get to the bottom of this conspiracy, shall we say.
Yes.
That's
yes.
right, Mom.
Of course.
He is also to guard you. I fear the timing of this attack to be so soon after you came home from so long. We just cannot be sure who they are targeting. And so, Captain Raleigh here is going to see to your safety personally.
You think that Mom. I may have enemies here?
I think that is entirely possible.
Oh my. Well, what have I done?
That is what Captain Raleigh is going to get to the bottom of.
Oh.
That's right, Mom.
All right. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Raleigh.
It's just Captain. Not a sir. Just Captain. And he'll sketch like a little bit of a bow. Like not like very lackadaisical, like, but he'll still bow.
All right. Captain Raleigh it is.
Or just Raleigh. Really?
Is there any breakfast?
Yes, of course. You can find it in the kitchen, dear. Now, I'm going to need to be spending the day preparing for this evening's event. I suggest that you do the same. It's going to be quite the evening. You can speak to Argyle about the guest list, should you need to do so. He should be able to catch you up on everyone who will be here.
I need to speak with him about my outfit anyways. He should have it done by now, I'm sure.
Yes, he is going to be quite busy today. You know, he has a window to fix as well, so don't take up too much of his time. Now, I must be down to the Council of Burgers again. We are having an impromptu meeting this morning as well. So, farewell, darling. Have a nice day, and let Argyle know if you need anything. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mom.
Raleigh makes like a quick gesture at any of the other brass jacks that are in the room, kind of in like a take up position sort of way, and then just kind of stands there in front of Dorian.
So, what do you know about these red mask folk?
Almost nothing, sir.
Oh. Well, do you have any past credentials for this job, or?
I suppose that depends on what you mean by credentials.
Any sort of experience into looking into underworld criminality?
Well, sir, without putting too fine a point on it, yes, I am well versed in the ways of the criminal underground, if you catch my drift.
Well, you certainly look the part.
Thank you.
Can I get you anything?
No.
Tea?
Thank you, sir.
A muffin? Perhaps?
A baked good would be accepted. Thank you, sir.
Ah, perfect. I'll have to go grab them from Mr. Filch. And I suppose I should probably get changed as well.
Just to let you know, sir, I will be standing in the room as you change, but upon request, I can turn to face any wall of your choice.
I have to request you to turn away.
Your mother's instructions were very...
Oh, well, that is rather
on
disturbing.
the nose, specific. She's a
that
very
does sound like mother.
punctilious lady.
That is a perfect word for her, yes.
So yes, upon request. Otherwise, in your mother's words, I am not to let you out of my sight.
I
Sir.
suppose I will leave that up to your discretion, but I would prefer some privacy when I change.
Don't have any discretion, sir. That's your job.
Oh.
Alexander, what are you doing this morning?
At this point, Alexander will come down looking refreshed, just a happy-go-lucky looking guy, just kind of, oh, well, what a day, what a morning. Who are you people?
Good morning, Alexander. This is Captain Raleigh.
Sorry, sir. He sort of like stands like just ever so slightly between Dorian and Alexander. I'm gonna have to ask you to maintain at least a 10-foot perimeter around the young master. These are orders not coming from me, you understand, sir, but from the lady of the house.
And Alexander just kind of looks, raises the eyebrow and looks at Dorian.
Dorian just kind of gives a shrug, like...
Well, if you insist, I suppose.
I
don't insist on anything, sir. My truncheon does that for me.
Anastas, what are you up to?
Anastas, after the two corpse peddlers left the room, oh boy, I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to open that basement door.
Oh my god, okay.
Oh shit.
Alright, the door is locked. Anastas, you go to try the handle and it does not budge. You are a very large man. And this door does not seem like it should be too much of an issue.
I want to pull it open.
Okay. Strength check, please. You know what? No, you're getting into this door. Okay. Anastas...
I succeeded. I rolled it.
Anastas rips the door off of its hinges, breaking. There's a large crack as he does so, as the door frame gives yield, leading the way to a dimly lit, sort of dingy back hallway. To the left leads out into the larger shop, which you had kind of seen from the front. There are a few doors and a staircase leading up to your right.
Where are the corpses positioned?
You do not see the corpses from here. Your options are to go into the shop, to try doors, or to go upstairs.
So, after those guys dumped the bodies, they disappeared from wherever they went into?
They carried the bodies in here. And, must have carried them downstairs or something like that.
Got it. I am trying to see where the bodies went. Are there drag marks in the dirt on the ground suggesting where, legs had been drugged?
To mention, they did say that something about the basement.
They did say something about the basement.
About the basement. So I am going to go down. I'm looking for the corpses.
Yeah. Exploring around, you try several of the doors. You find a linen closet. Now, are you trying to be quiet about this?
No.
No. Okay. So you explore a few doors, finding a few closets. You take a look out into the larger curiosity shop. The curiosity shop is chocked full of weird artifacts, shrunken heads, trinkets and tokens, charms, amulets, that sort of thing. All very bizarre, things that Anastas has never really seen before. Though Anastas has lived an incredibly long life, these are strange curious. Even from his experience.
Okay.
And it is not, you are not in the door 45 seconds before you hear footsteps coming from the staircase leading up. Down the stair comes a fairly well-dressed noble gentleman in black. He has large mutton chops and beady little eyes, and he is startled by your presence there. He makes a quick appraisal of you, looking you up and down. Yes, sir. Who are you?
Two of my underlings sent me here, and I cannot find them, and my patience is wearing thin. I'm sure you are aware of who I'm speaking of.
Your two underlings. The men who are just here, they left. Not half an hour ago?
The Nezhit of my kind.
Your kind are downstairs with the... I think that you can find them in that door. There.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. He says, and he backs his way up the stairs, turns around, and hastens back the way that he came. The door that he has pointed you to leads to a staircase leading down, sort of like, you know how that works in houses where there's the staircase up here and the staircase down. It's just like on the other half of it.
Yeah.
And it leads down into what looks to be a cellar. Down here, there are you can see several of the bodies laying there on the floor, and the two, you could hear some people moving around. Are you just gonna head straight down?
I'm walking down the stairs.
The shuffling stops, and when you reach the bottom of the stairs, you can see that there are a few rooms down here. This is the main one. They have laid the bodies out on the ground, and the two Nezhit that you had seen earlier seem to be prepping them to be risen, from your understanding of it. You've seen that process happen before.
Yeah.
In fact, we saw it.
We just did it with
We
Valencia.
just did it, yeah. So they're like setting up incense and things, and when they see you, they stop what they are doing. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? And why did you run from me?
They look back and forth to one another.
Have you no idea? Can you not sense us? Can you not see a superior when you see them?
You Inquisition scum are not gonna get anything from us.
I launch myself at them.
Okay, we're doing this right now. All right, so let's get that going. Let's turn.
I think we should
off.
keep the birds for the fight music, though.
The birds and the fight music.
Birds
that's fine.
need to be included in the fight music, absolutely.
All right. We got 2 enforcers here. I don't know why it.
I'm going.
continues to
Yeah.
go forwards. And I think that your speed is faster than theirs, right?
It usually is.
All right, Anastas, what would you like to do?
Are they close to each other?
They're in this. They're in the same vicinity. For the purposes of this fight, we're gonna have one zone, which is just kind of this room, unless you want to go
Got it.
upstairs or into one of the other rooms.
Personally, right now, I'm not even taking off. Are they armed? These just look like young Nezhit.
Yeah, they are armed. They have like maces or clubs at their side.
Sure,
You can't really tell.
sure.
But they were working right now. They were not like ready to fight. So you did catch them a little bit off guard.
Yeah, one is going to get judiciously slaughtered. I'm gonna hit them hard.
Oh,
I'm going to enrage,
okay.
and then I am going to attempt to hit. Any modifier?
Their quick is yeah, you got a +3. Okay, yeah, you do hit. They mitigate 3 and take 2.
Oh, I roll an additional 1d4 for being enraged.
Okay.
Or is it a d6?
You're gonna have to tell me. I don't keep track.
Yeah, I know. Why can't I find my sorry. It is an additional d6.
Okay. Okay. And they mitigate 3, and so take 7. You wallop this thing. What does this look like?
Anastas rushes in, not even taking Puridicida off of its back. It kind of like drives a palm into its rib cage, pinning it against the wall, and then pulling it out.
Got it. Oh, all right. Give me a second. We gotta upkeep these 2 things here. All right, and then this I need to change that to 8 and it's doing. Fuck. Why must it do this? I think it thinks that it's a main character, and so it's not letting me track their HP separately. Okay, just focus your damage for now. That would be great.
Okay, I'll do that for you.
All right, so they you throw this thing up against the wall. It like sags, and you can feel it breaking underneath you. And it just looks up at you with its cold, dead eyes, unfazed by your attack, and it swings back at you with a spiked club. So its strength is 15, so you're going to do your quick at -5.
So my quick is 5. That's a 0. It hits.
7 didn't break its threshold.
It doesn't have a threshold.
You do still have to roll because
Okay, so
I
I go-
believe that you can still get you can still
Minus
critical
15.
and you can still crit fail.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, you do fail. Your protection is 1. Do you have any more protection than that, or is that?
I do have a D4.
Okay. Okay, and that's good because that attack is wholly mitigated by your armor and the 1d4. The next one comes in for an attack of its own. Swinging at your back with this spiked club. It also hits you, however, you are able to mitigate all of that damage as well. Holy shit. Okay, it is your turn.
I then am going to hold. No, we're going to smoke one of them. I'm going to hit the one. I'm going to focus damage, hit the one. Modifier +3.
Yeah.
Wow.
Roll again.
I felt like, okay, hold on. I have something. When the enemy successfully defends against hammer attacks, the character can grip the shaft and hammer with both hands and use it to ram the enemy. A path strong versus strong test. So I go to swing, it dodges out of the way, but I do get a chance to kind of push it and perhaps make a second. So I make a strong check against it.
You have,
Okay.
you have to confirm the crit fail first, don't you?
You do have to confirm the crit fail first.
Confirm the crit fail. I get a second attempt at this attack when they defend. Do you want? Okay, I'll do it. Yeah. Okay, confirm the crit fail.
I think that this is going to end up being weird. Okay, so the crit fail does not happen.
Okay.
There's
then
so
a
it's
strong
a regular failure. So now we get a strong check from them, or
Yep.
from you.
Yep.
Modified by 5 again.
+5.
Yeah.
-5.
Well, -5 because they've got 15.
Okay. I've got 6. Okay.
Yeah, so it should be 11. Okay.
Wow.
So now what happens?
So it's just a failure.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so now they are both going to attack you again. So 2 defense checks at, again, -5.
I rolled a 1 though.
That is a 1. So we're going to say that still... So you defend against that one. So
Okay.
you are able to duck out of the way of that attack. A second attack comes in. Do you want to confirm that? We should confirm that, right?
Yep. Wouldn't I have to roll another 1?
You will have to roll another 1 to confirm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Never
that
mind.
doesn't happen. And so then, next attack.
And then, so the first one misses. I didn't get anything. The second one comes through. I mitigate 4.
And it is 4 damage that they deal. So you mitigate all of it again. They are hitting you relentlessly, but your new reinforced frame is able to block all of it. It is your turn.
We swing. Modifier is +3. Good lord. Are you
What
kidding?
the fuck?
What is this? Fucking I missed. Strength check -5.
Okay, so they get a free attack against you. Do they both get a free attack? No, only the one that you're swinging at does.
Yep.
So make another defense.
Wait, what? Oh yeah.
Because you're getting a free attack against you, right?
Oh yeah. I'm getting hit with the free attack.
Yeah.
Failed.
You mitigate all of it though.
Okay. In the space that opens up, we do the strong. Oh no, I did the strong. Hold on. So I missed my attack. I get my strong check to succeed in the attack. I failed. Why did they get a free attack?
The
of the
strong
crit fail.
check was what crit failed. I apologize. Not the. I saw that.
No,
20.
the first attack. Okay, the first attack crit failed. The second was supposed to be to confirm the crit fail,
which we did confirm.
which we did. So they get a free attack.
So they got a free attack.
Boom.
They
then
hit
we
you,
do
but you
a
mitigate.
regular strong check
Yes.
because of my hammer.
Yes.
This is the most in-depth we've had to get in combat so far.
Yeah.
That's -5, correct?
Yeah.
I succeed in the strong attack.
Okay.
So I'm going to move the one 5 feet towards the other one, perhaps clumping them together. And then in that space, I get another free attack against him.
Okay.
And this time we succeed.
Okay. And you deal how much damage?
5 damage.
5 damage. Okay. It is still up, although it is cracked and wounded and barely holding itself together. It is. Is that both of your attack, or you only get the one attack? Okay. So then they are going to come at you again, relentlessly. They are going to do so. They're going to take full offense. No, they don't need to because they're hitting you. They're just not dealing damage. Yeah. Okay. No, they're just gonna keep making attacks for now, until something else happens.
We're almost there. I got another plan for what we're going to do with this, so
Okay.
to stop the rigmarole.
Okay.
But I do want to get them mostly defeated.
Okay. Yeah, you protect against that attack. And next one. That D4 has saved you every single time that the D8 does not. Okay. Yeah, so they have teamed up on you. They are wailing as hard as they can. But the thick reinforcement on your armor and your incredible will just prevents anything from coming through. That attack obliterates the one that you've been.
Here's how I do this, though. I grab it by its head, and I smash the body off of the head, and I put the head on the floor. And then I turn to the second one.
At that moment, you hear, "Enough!" Comes a loud shout from the nearby hall. There stands a Nezhit in a black cloak and gold trim. His skull is plain and polished, save for some silver filigree in a pattern on its forehead. Walking with a regal cane, the Nezhit steps a few feet closer. 3 more Nezhit lurk in the shadows behind him. Let us not further ruin this fine shop with our petty squabbles. Your reputation precedes you, Anastas the Wheel. What brings you to Arcadiava?
And to whom do I have the pleasure or honor?
I am Horatio the Ninth.
Does this name mean anything to me?
Give me a cunning check.
I just opened a million windows, sorry.
Name means nothing to you at all.
Then I do not bow.
No.
Greetings, Horatio. Your underlings are not conditioned to our ways. They ran from me, hiding in secret. Are we not a unified force? Then attacked me, called me an inquisitor.
Why don't you tell me if you are an inquisitor or not? You have the look of one.
This is a phrase I've not heard.
You have been gone quite a long time, haven't you?
That fact becomes more apparent every day. I am here from the Orthodoxy.
So you are an inquisitor then. They have been sending your kind to root us out for many, many months. They will not be successful. But it strikes me that you come in here unaware of where the score stands, and so perhaps are being used as so many of us have been.
I have seen the ways of our kind. Many have forgotten them. In my absence, I am found. I have not been met with the same respect Provislov carried in past years. I apologize I met with such judicious force. I mean only to unite. I mean only to fight what is afflicting our kind and the humans for which we care for. I see you are doing rites of resurrection.
Yes.
This means you are still on the path of the pilgrim.
In a sense. Though I fear that the orthodoxy is not along that path.
These are traitorous words you speak.
These are difficult
However,
times.
the bravery of saying them will open my ears.
The orthodoxy would have us not here, would have us leaving these dead. Do you know what happens to humans when they become corrupted?
All too well.
The orthodoxy does nothing. If we are not diligent about raising those that can be raised, we will end up with no more additions to our ranks. We will not be able to defeat the Hadra with dead and corrupted humans that cannot rise, that cannot be perfected. We are here in Arcadia ensuring that that happens.
Then you and I, we come at an impasse. Deacon Valentian and Gareth, they mounted a successful repellent of the Hadra that attempted to take the city. And
Yes.
he too is attempting rites of resurrection on corrupted. However, even with his faith, it was not successful. Are you being successful?
We have not had success with the corrupted, no. Which is why we must ensure that those who die that are not corrupted do rise.
This. Whether it pains me to say this, but whether we walk on the same path as those in Koshtop, I know the pilgrim is blessing you.
Anastas, it is encouraging to hear these words from you, one so great a Pravoslav.
I have been met with much disappointment. I have been met with much anger of the humans and the Nezhit. This is the first I've seen that our path is being held true. So, I am on orders from Valentian, but I hold no fealty to Valentian. I only walk on the path of the pilgrim, and the pilgrim has brought me here. So, how can I help?
It is auspicious that the pilgrim has brought you here at this time. I may have...
The leaders of the city are not equipped for what is coming.
No, they are not.
And they utilize horrific weapons, not of their ken,
Weapons
against their
for
own
which
kind.
they are untrained, yes. Anastas, the more that we speak, the more that I am assured that our goals are aligned. I do believe that there are ways that you can help us here, and I have awaited the coming of one as great as yourself that could assist me with them. Why don't you return here at midnight tonight, for there is much work to be done, and I can show you what it is we hope to accomplish here.
I will be here. I will come.
Very good.
However, so will my wheel. Please do not be another source of disappointment. I pray to the pilgrim we are on the same path.
I am assured that we are. Now,
I apologize to your young one. I'm sure he will make a great librarian in Koshtop. I cannot restore his body. And I turn to the head that's kind of on the field, on the table where I set it. You will live your days collecting knowledge. You have so much ahead of you. Blessings of the pilgrim be upon you.
Blessings of the pilgrim.
And I take my leave.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, Anastas, you confused poor soul.
With that, I think we're going to take a short break here so I can collect my thoughts and use the restroom. And we'll be back Let's call it just after 8. Give it 5-10 minutes.
Sounds good.
And the party can be reunited.
Finally.
Finally. Sorry.
Until tonight.
Let's do it.
All right, and we're back. So, Anastas just made a deal, or at least didn't follow through with what he said that he was going to follow through with, and is now questioning, I assume, some things.
Anastas is in a deep state of confusion and confliction. He's fighting years of indoctrination of religion toward what he perceives as true, which is what brought him to the religion in the first place, was that feeling of truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been shaken deeply.
Yeah. The rest of you are back at Caldwell. Well, rather, does Anastas return to Caldwell Manor?
He certainly does.
Okay. Anastas, you return to Caldwell Manor. It looks like Dorian has just awoken, is like still in his like full nightgown, including hat.
Oh yeah, full on Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah. Alexander, in contrast, looks like refreshed in a way that you have never seen Alex. Like Alexander's ready to go. They're right now squaring off with one of these mercenary guardsmen interposing himself between the two.
Mr. Raleigh, Captain Raleigh, rather. Really, it's all right. He's a good friend of mine. I know what my mother said, but as you said, things were up to my discretion.
Sir.
Yes.
What's his name?
Are you nodding towards Alexander?
I'm asking
or
Dorian
Anastas?
what Alexander's name is.
Well, his name's Alexander.
All right, he's on the list, and he steps aside.
Well, that was easy. Thank you. What was your name again?
Raleigh.
Captain Raleigh
Sir.
was his name.
Well, good to meet you, I suppose.
Likewise.
Well, I'm going for breakfast.
Right,
He'll
I
go into the kitchen.
I need to see a man about an outfit. So
Raleigh is going to follow Dorian, not Alexander.
All right.
As Dorian turns, oh, Anastas, you're back. Did everything work out all right? Were you able to find the other Nezhit? Hello?
Anastas.
Right. Well, we'll get back to that later.
We'll get
I
back to
have
that later.
a man to see about a suit.
All right, Dorian, you find Mr. Filch in the sitting room where the broken window had been. He is right now frantically trying to direct some workers installing the new window and removing the old one. Yes, a little to the left, Oh, Dorian, yes. What can I do for you?
Hello, Mr. Filch. Do you need some help with that?
No. We've got this under control. I said to the left. Your other left. Ugh.
Are you
No, I
certain?
think that we have this under control. You should be getting yourself ready for the party.
I most certainly shall, and I just figured I would perhaps offer my bodyguard while at least I was changing that Captain Raleigh here could perhaps assist you with the window.
Not part of my contract, sir.
Right. Is the suit ready, Mr. Filch?
Well, I will have it ready by this evening. I hope. You know, you didn't really give me a lot to work with. This.
Right,
I'm going to do my
you
best,
are
but-
a miracle worker, Mr. Filch, so I've come to expect only the best from you. I shall go get ready. I'll have some breakfast with Alexander.
Okay. Anastas, have you returned?
Anastas returns.
Okay. So you find them eating breakfast.
And I try not to like push too much stuff around. And Anastas kind of stands like a suit of armor on the wall, but greets his friends and compatriots. and
Well,
wishes
not
them
enough
well.
house.
It was
Oh.
good to see you too, Alexander.
Anastas, welcome back.
You're on the list too, sir.
The list?
The good list.
The list
I-
of people that are allowed within 5 meters of the young master here.
Are you of some sort of protector?
You could say that. His mother hired me to keep an eye on him.
So embarrassing.
No, Dorian. Do not be embarrassed. We all need the help of others sometimes. Well, if you are here to protect young Dorian, then we are compatriots. I am Anastas, good fellow.
Well met. Name's Raleigh. Captain Raleigh.
Captain Raleigh it is.
Anastas, how was the rest of your evening? Did it go well?
Yes, were you able to find that Nezhit that you were hunting down? What did you say his name was again?
I was both able to find who I was looking for, and yet presented with more questions. Such is the
Oh.
nature of our journey.
Anything that I may be able to assist you with? I'm rather good at figuring out riddles.
Perhaps in private. Dorian.
Ah. Well, it seems I am in rather short supply of privacy of late. He looks over at Raleigh,
Raleigh
Raising-
studiously
raising his
ignored-
voice so his mother can hear.
Studiously
She
ignores him,
left
stared
like an
off.
hour and a half ago. Like,
Screaming it.
By the way, has anyone... I guess it's only been a day, but anyone heard from Stone? Has he arrived at all?
He's not on the
haven't.
list. I haven't heard that name.
Didn't come in with us earlier. He's another one of our companions. No, Dorian, you hadn't seen him yesterday after we left?
No, not at all.
He knows where we are, and he's quite capable. I'm sure, considering recent events, there's much to do for a worshipper of Isho. Do you not agree?
I suppose you're right there. Quite a few things to change.
I'll ask me lady about adding him to the list.
Yeah, if he shows back up, be good so we don't have to worry about that later. Well. The party's later today, huh, lads? This should be fun, right? Yeah?
Oh, yes, very. Sure it'll be a roaring time. Tell me, Mr. Raleigh.
Just Raleigh, sir.
Captain Raleigh. One should not forget their title.
Is it?
Captain Raleigh. Raleigh. Just leave off the Mr., sir.
Captain Raleigh. Just out of curiosity, my friends came across some of those new weapons out in the streets yesterday. I had heard that some of the brass jacks. I had heard that they've had access to them. Have you seen them at all? Have you any
Literally
experience
carrying
with
one
them?
on my back, sir.
Oh,
Oh,
that
really?
would have been awesome to know.
I
He did
said
describe
that he had
that.
a bolt thrower.
Oh, I must
have
thrown
missed
over
it.
his
Okay.
shoulder.
I
Is
heard
Raleigh the person that killed that guy?
No, Raleigh's not the person who killed that guy. Raleigh, that guy answers to Raleigh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a captain.
had,
that was just some bog standard foot soldier.
I had just assumed that a bolt thrower was a crossbow.
Anastas does not
Different
stop
bolt.
looking at you the entire time that we're here.
Raleigh
Yes.
will studiously not make eye contact with you.
Would you terribly mind if I could just take a look at it?
I would, sir.
I mean, you can keep it within your hands, of course. I won't touch
What
it.
would you
I would
need
just
use
like a
of
closer
such a
look.
dangerous device, Dorian? Leave it be.
What do you mean of what need? You know far better than most what this is necessary. What something like this would be necessary for. Anastas.
Just quickly, sir. No. No. This is a very highly volatile piece of technology. So,
That is-
were something to go wrong in your vicinity, it would violate the terms of my contract, sir.
I mean, you're standing right next to me. If it were to be volatile and go off now, I would be blown to Kingdom Come along with you.
Aye, but no one's touching it right now, sir.
Right.
Have you
Well,
had to use it of late?
that's a shame. Have you any experience using it?
Oh, yes, sir. Your mother has made sure that all men of my rank and higher are well trained, and we are currently in the process of training the foot soldiers in its use.
Well,
And you've taken lives with it?
Try not to, sir.
But you've been successful?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it was that was the original manufacturer of this? Who came up with the blueprint?
All I can say is it comes from the Academy, sir. That's all I know.
All right. Well, I shall have to look into it myself later then. I would very much like to have a look at one.
Might be a question for your mother, sir. She's the one who's worked with the Academy for the procurement of these weapons.
Of course. Well, I highly doubt that she knows the inner workings of it, but still, she would probably know who to talk to.
She usually does, sir.
Right. Well,
do you remember who's going to be at the party tonight?
some of them. There's going to be
The headmaster of the academy is certainly
Yep.
going to be here, so he might be a person that you could ask about that question.
Also, well, yeah, for sure. I was just hoping for an inside peek before the showdown with the big wigs tonight.
The showdown.
Yeah.
All right, so
The
you guys have
BBEG
a
of-
number of things that you could be doing today. There's
Did you
go ahead?
did you either of you find out any more about those Red Mask folks last night? Alexander said that he had just joined you for a stroll, but I thought I'd at least ask. You mentioned that you guys had traveled nearly all across Arcadia last night, and I was just wondering if you had heard any more about this Red Mask business.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure Mr. Raleigh here would love to know as well. He was actually hired on to look into just them.
It is part of my contract, so yes.
Perhaps you have some questions.
I'd be very interested to know if you have any additional information regarding those masks. Yes, indeed, sir.
Oh, and Nastas looks at Alexander. Like, uh-oh, what do we do?
Is
He
everything all
sips his
right?
coffee.
Raleigh takes out a well kind of rumpled notepad out of one of his pockets and licks the nub of a pencil and is just waiting there.
I believe all we gathered were the ramblings of a crazed man who believed he was from the future.
Yes, He was a very strange man. I don't really know what he was going. He had a funny hat. Never got the name. But he got a funny little hat.
Could you pick
He
him
was
out
at the
of
bar,
line,
the refugee bar outside the city gates.
If he was wearing his hat.
I think I know what you're talking about, sir. He tears out a piece of paper, like snaps his fingers, hands it off to a runner that appears next to him.
There's like an anime moment of like Chibi Anastas and Chibi and Alexander like sweating.
Like sweating bullets.
And just back to sipping his coffee.
Anything else, says?
Relatively quiet on my end.
A crazed man, you say?
And just one of the drunken rabble.
Oh. Alright.
So, if you guys aren't going to tell anyone what's going on, that does severely limit the options of things that you can do today.
We just met this guy, to be fair.
I know we gotta come clean. I just don't know how to do it so it doesn't blow up the plan.
We did just meet this guy, to be fair.
Here's as a player talk. What I don't want to happen is I don't want a legion of bolt throwers showing up at the church and incinerating everyone.
Yeah, that.
Okay, like DM knowledge, I really don't think that you need to worry about that. I really don't.
Fair, it's a fair concern.
Because they have even bigger bolt throwers already.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't think he'd mind, Anastas. We've been, based from what we were seeing and hearing yesterday, a lot seems to be happening around that temple of late, has it not?
Which temple, sir?
The sickness you are accustomed with in the city. We know its source.
Gonna need some more specifics from you, sir.
That illness is of the corruption.
I meant about the temple.
Well,
first off, it's a cathedral.
The cathedral houses not only the sick, but those that help the sick. And among there seems to be a gentleman carving masks of wood.
It seems that everything in the city seems to be funneling towards that area. At least what we've experienced in the past day. We were meaning to check it out at some point today.
Very interesting, sir.
Did you get a name, perhaps?
Oh, shoot.
I do not believe we have. Just that he sits near the cathedral, carving the masks we see worn.
Can't find anything.
Tell me, Captain Raleigh, have these masks been the source of violence or just disruption?
They've been causing trouble, yes, that's for sure, sir. They're fairly new on the scene, at least insofar as they've been causing trouble.
Any arrests?
No arrests so far, sir.
It's interesting.
Apart from that one bloke that you saw vaporized. That's about as close as we've come.
Well, I do believe that my mother actually invited Father Dorian remembers his name, but Peach does not.
Reverend Michael Longfellow. He's one of the Michaels.
One of the Michaels.
One of the Michaels, that's right.
That's why I forgot it. There's just so many.
Well, you could have just said Michael.
Yeah.
It would have been a safe bet.
My mother actually invited Father Longfellow over for the soiree tonight.
Bloody everyone's gonna be there, sir.
What do you mean, everyone? She said it was a rather small affair.
Aye, bloody everyone of importance, sir.
Right. Well, I suppose we ought to get ready then. I'm not entirely certain how all of these important people may feel about your presence, Anastas.
I
Have
foresaw.
have people acted strangely, like more strangely than usual?
I think I'm
Um,
an opposing enough figure that probably. But
I mean, we've had a mixture of reactions. We had
Yeah.
we had the people that were at the campsite. They really didn't want to talk to Anastas and kind of told him to fuck
Okay.
off.
Right.
We've had your father, Dorian's father, who was very interested and
Yes.
sort of in awe of this. We've had some people who were like, "Oh, you must be working with those guys," and just kind of like give you a wary nod. So yeah, it's been. Like, yeah, you do stick out. You stick out like a sore thumb, but like it's not as though the reactions have been overwhelmingly negative.
I was trying to give Anastas an out to do his thing later.
Nastas will excuse himself to do his thing later.
Okay.
I fear we have no need to worry for such things. If my presence bothers some, I do have business to attend to, and my kind does not sleep oft.
Of course. All right. Well, if you'll excuse me, I ought to go get ready, and yeah, I shall rejoin with the rest of you soon.
Perhaps I could have a word with you, Dorian, in your room.
Sure.
You guys depart to Dorian's room with
Captain Raleigh follows
Captain
you
Raleigh
right behind you.
right behind.
Alexander will follow too if he's invited.
So just like
Just-
every, can
just
I have a word
sitting
with
there.
you in private? And then like,
I-
sure. And then like Dorian gets up, Anastas gets up, Captain Raleigh gets up, Alexander gets up.
Privacy.
Not sure what you meant by private, sir, but
Good captain, you can assure this room has but one exit.
I'm sure it
Correct.
does.
May you excuse yourself for but a moment.
I may not, sir.
I have gotten young Dorian
You
safely
need to be
this
asking
far.
the lady of the house about that, sir. I'm not to take my eyes off of the young master for any given period of time.
Perhaps if we were to plug his ears.
There's nothing in my contract about not plugging me ears, sir. I can definitely do that for you.
We can
All right.
I just fear that the subject matter entailed is sensitive and intimate to some who have been on such a journey as we have. Good
Your
captain.
literal physical well-being is my only concern, sir. The rest of your business dealings are yours. My discretion is something you can rely upon. I am in no way under contract to give any information to your mother about your doings, your whereabouts.
What
or
are your
your-
opinions on his mother?
Don't have many, sir. Just met her this morning.
Looks at Dorian. Looks at Alexander. Is he cool? He's cool.
It's cool.
I have.
Let me put
I
it to you
have
this
no
way.
idea.
I'm only getting paid to keep you safe. I will keep your secrets because I don't care enough to tell anyone around about them, sir.
Well then, if you are not going anywhere, you look like a man of resolve. Dorian,
Yes.
I fear those who are targeting your mother are those in most dire need of our help.
I would tend to agree.
I fear your mother is not doing right by her constituents.
And what
And
would
I-
you propose as a solution?
For that I am not as wise as perhaps you. However,
Well,
I think we must investigate these red masks, and if there were to be a large-scale attack, it would be this evening. Those devices
yes.
represent a power that I don't think the common folk is prepared to witness. And I don't think they're in the hats or the pockets, looking at Raleigh, of those they should be.
I would far rather the populace be able to defend themselves against the horrors that we've already witnessed out there. Rather
But how
than
can they when they fear being turned to oblivion from those paid to protect the wealthy of the city?
by being armed and properly trained with
Do
better
you know what that thing
manufactured
did
weapons.
to that poor fellow in the wooden mask?
I can certainly imagine. And do you remember what those Hadra did and what they are capable of in the sea of fire and arrows and sword?
I can kill.
They
a Hadra.
tore. Yes, and you are one being, Anastas. You cannot be everywhere at once. You cannot kill that army yourself. We need to have a way for the populace to defend itself, and I will not take that away from them.
Well, right now they're defending themselves from your mother.
And that needs to be addressed. But there is not aught that we can do about that. What am I supposed to do? Just toss my mother out to the mob to please them? We have no money left, Anastas. We are barely hanging on here.
Yet we feast.
Yet we feast.
She's also buying a lot of guns, so.
For the betterment and the protection of this city.
I'll keep my opinions about your mum to myself, sir. Like I said, just met her this morning. But I don't think the betterment of this city is necessarily the first thing on her mind, sir.
Is it the first on yours?
It is keeping her family safe, I would imagine.
I'm here for the coin. But I have my own opinions about things.
Well, you're in the thick of it now, I dare say. Why don't you share them?
I'll just tell you this. You look at someone like me and think you understand exactly who and what I am. And I can tell you, you're not entirely right. I'll keep my opinions to myself. For now.
We do still need to have a chat with all the higher-ups of the city. And I'm sure Captain Raleigh and his crew are more than capable of helping to keep us safe.
It's our
Do you
job,
rep-
sir.
So what do you propose, Anastas?
I think we should inquire at the cathedral. I think we should find the man making masks. However, I don't think we should bring that thing near him. He gestures towards the bolt door.
Like I said, sir, I don't like using it myself. It's not my first choice. I'm not here to kill people. I'm just here to do my job.
Do the people think that? Is what I fear.
People think a lot of things, sir, just like me.
Well, if there's no moving you about, I say before the soiree, we go to the temple. See if we can't find this man making masks. He appears to do so in public.
If it means anything to you, sir, unless he tries to hurt this one, I don't care about him.
Then you and I are aligned.
All right.
Do we have time to go now?
Yeah, you have plenty of time.
Pat, you're on mute.
Thank you.
You're still on mute.
Thank you. You guys do have plenty of time. There are a few other things that you kind of had that people have discussed doing with me. I don't know how many of them you want to do today, but whenever you guys want to like activate doing the soiree, just let me know. Do you need me to go through the list of things that people have talked to me about, or does everyone kind of have an idea of things that they want to do?
I would love quick bullet point.
Yeah, okay, so
list.
you in particular talked
options.
to Professor Colin about taking him to see his family. There's going to see the what we just talked about, going to the cathedral. And perhaps talking to the man that's making masks there. You were also told about to ask about the clinic or something like that when you were there, I think. I don't know if they gave you a name or not. I don't remember. Oh, I had another big one. Oh, if you want to like talk to either Filch or anyone else in the family about who's going to be there tonight to like kind of get an idea of who's going to be there, what their backgrounds are. If you need any information before you head into this party, you can get that. You don't have really any money. We spent that money yesterday.
I've got a little bit.
Yeah,
Got about half left.
There's a little bit. We went to the curiosity shop. If you wanted to go investigate Caldwell Cosmetics, you could do that.
Ooh, we have to do that. We have to do that, Alexander. How do we do that without... I know. We just take him there without telling him that that's where we're going?
Good. We could also keep it on a little bit.
Do you want to go do that right now? While me and the rest go to the...
Is there a reason you don't need Dorian to know about that? I guess is the next question.
I think if we tell him here, he'll go to his mom. That's
His
my
mom
issue.
is not here right now. She's at the like council hall.
So that's why.
There was a piece of my business discovered in the alley shortly outside of your house. Dorian. Alexander and I both found two of my kind leaving a building nearby. Perhaps we could start there. On our way to the cathedral.
It would be good to check it out, explore it a little bit.
I would still like to have a brief conversation with Mr. Filch about the attendees tonight, and I did.
Perhaps we should go do so that, and then make our way into town. How does
Why
that sound?
don't I
ask
join
really
you
quickly about
to go?
that. As the head of, as the guy doing security for the party, do I have the guest list? Pat?
You certainly do have the guest list, yes.
Well, I have a list, sir, if that would be helpful to you.
That would be very helpful indeed.
So he
Yeah,
just
take a look at it.
pulls out like a piece of parchment or whatever, and just says that's the official guest list. So
Alexander would like to look it over.
Yeah, so when looking over the guest list, the people... So, Don, has your character had a chance to take a look at this guest list yet?
I'm sure he probably perused it, yeah. I'm assuming that one of the things that happened while my character was being introduced was going over the plans for the party.
I envision that like you were like, oh, here's the guest list, and then like we kind of just catapulted right into this, that you actually have not had a chance to look at the list,
I'm down
but
for
just
it.
like knew that you had received it.
Sure. I'm down for that.
So looking through the list, you see the Reverend Michael Longfellow, Jean de Claw, who you know is also a well-known mercenary captain from one of the other mercenary companies. Katerina and Edgar Darling. Edgar Wainwright is, I believe Edgar Wainwright he's Dr. Wainwright, is a physician. And at the bottom of the list, Johann and Bridget Morius. That's your list.
Huh.
Perhaps we could talk to Mr. Filch to get about a better understanding about some of these attendees, and after we could go and look into the alchemical supply together, see what it is that your kind were looking for.
I don't think you know where it is that we're going.
He did just say a building nearby. He didn't
Oh,
say it was the
okay.
cosmetics
All right.
place.
I could follow you to wherever it was that you wanted to take me, and if there is someone at the church that is truly behind all of these red masks, perhaps it would not be the wisest thing for a Caldwell to be tagging along in that venture. Perhaps Raleigh and I could go with Professor Collin instead, while you two investigated the church.
Perhaps. I would agree to that.
If that is the best use of our time, that could work out very well. By the way, Captain Rowley, did those names on the list, did they mean anything to you? Anyone we should be on the lookout for in particular? Anyone should be aware of?
Like I said, it's pretty much the best and brightest, at least in your mother's eyes.
In fact, I'm sure Professor Collin wouldn't mind waiting one more day. We could go tomorrow instead. And I very highly doubt that these Red Mask folk would be so daring as to try to make a move. I would very much like to meet them myself.
Just to clarify, there is one red mask, and then a whole bunch of
And then a
not
bunch
red
of others.
masks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so
That's just the name of the group that I've been calling them, is the Red Masks.
Yeah. In lieu of anything
the
else.
rest of the people just call them the masks.
Okay.
Yes.
The gang.
The gang of masks, the masky guys. Where do you guys want to go first, right now, presently?
Caldwell Cosmetics.
Caldwell Cosmetics.
Mr.
Excellent.
Filch?
Mr. Filch
Mr.
first?
Filch.
Mr. Filch
Do you need
first.
Mr. Filch now that you know who's coming?
He wants more information.
Yeah,
about
I
them.
want to know who these people are. Like, I'm sure
got it.
Dorian knows of some of these people, but, like, I want some of the dirt.
As would Alexander
I want to know what
as
they're
well.
looking for, what they're into.
Sure.
How can he schmooze them?
Well, I will
I
try
would
and be as
choose-
helpful as I can be. What is it that you would like to know? And about whom? Like, dialogue box comes up. Tell me about...
Literally ask Jeeves.
Just thinking
Yeah.
it. Yep.
Just start spamming X and check my journal, man.
Nice.
we
Heroic.
do like there's actually like just music and like a montage of like him going on and on about all of
Dorian's
these
face is
he's
like
got,
changing
charts
wildly,
and like pictures and like notes are taken down.
There's the peanut gallery in the background, like looking at things and like
Yeah.
picking up the vase for the third time.
Is there anything else you'd like to know?
Good lord.
That was quite a bit.
Filch, you might make a good detective.
So that just the important bits. Is there
Just
anything
the highlights. So to go through the guest list again, you have Johann and Bridget Marius. Johann is your mother's rival on the council. They have been getting into a number of spats recently regarding taxation and the future of Arcadiva. His daughter, however, is a chemist that studied with your mother at the university. And they know each other. Your mother wants to get you together with Bridget, but that's on the down low, according to Filch. I can't find the sheet that I'm looking for here. There's Katerina and Edgar Darling. They are the town gossips. They share everything and are they're town gossips, but they're also like kind of conspiracy theorists. They believe that there are things lurking around every corner and ghouls and goblins and things.
What's their profession?
They own a merchant company. I don't think I have.
They're
the
nobles.
specifics. Yeah, they're just miscellaneous nobles.
Okay.
I might have more information. They will believe everything that you tell them. They're as dangerous as they are stupid. There's rumors that they've been smuggling for years. Yeah, and they own a shipping business, a shipping company.
Interesting.
All right, thank you.
We've got Jean de Claw, who's a captain of one of the mercenary companies. Edgar Wainwright, the doctor, who's been indispensable to your mother and has been helping administrate the black sap treatment for corruption. So he has been a godsend. And then the Reverend Longfellow, who is a very traditionalist preacher of Esho, very fire and brimstone kind of guy. But he is an official of the Hambaran Church, and so for that reason has been invited. I believe
awesome.
that is everything. All right, and now we would like to go to the Caldwell Cosmetics.
Oh, what was the name of the headmaster as well?
Oh yes, the headmaster, Thedius Nicola.
Thedius.
All right. Caldwell Cosmetics is located right next to the Caldwell Manor. It's on the same block. It is a small little shop, but very finely kept. And the moment that you step inside, your nose is sort of assaulted with the aromas of various different perfumes and incenses and things. There are also a good supply of herbal treatments and remedies and things like that. And it is almost too much for the nose to discern what it is exactly that you're smelling. It's finely kept and well stocked, the just chock filled with potions and elixirs available for purchase. behind the counter is a mousy young woman with sort of like wild-ish hair and big glasses. Hello, welcome to Caldwell Cosmetics. Let me know if I can help you with anything. What would you guys like to do?
Dear Dorian,
You wanted to take me to my family's shop.
this is where those young Nezhit I was tracking last night emerged from, having had come from out of town.
Curious.
I didn't want to tell you earlier. I did not want to alarm the family.
Of course.
Perhaps you could get the shop closed for the day, that we may investigate freely.
Or at least ask permission into the back.
Very-
I've never ran it myself, but I can certainly try.
Your name is on the door.
I suppose so. It's still not my shop. I will try. Hello.
Oh, hi Dorian. I didn't know that you were back in town. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Do I recognize this girl?
Yeah, she's worked for your family for years. Her name is
Does she have it?
Mildred. She goes by Millie.
Oh, of course,
She
it's Mildred.
is
Oh,
a
really?
she's a young botanist. She's aspiring to like take over one day. She's really good with the like cosmetics and things, but really kind of shit with people. Yeah, actually, you were at university with her as well. So yeah, you guys go. You definitely know her. You've never really been close, and she gives off weird vibes.
Yeah, I've gotten that. Well, hello, Millie.
Hi.
How are you doing on this wonderful day?
Well, much better now that you're here.
Oh,
I heard you went on
Listen-
some sort of adventure.
Oh, yes, quite the adventure.
Yeah?
Yeah. Perhaps I could tell you all about it over a cup of tea sometime.
Yes, why don't we do that right now? You know, I have lunch coming up. I was about to just close the shop for a little bit. Why don't we go out for lunch?
Sure.
Okay,
Kind of
give me just
giving
a
the
second. I
help
need to
me
close up
look
the shop.
to his friends.
Alexander, yes,
You
she goes
owe
to
me.
close. As she starts closing things up, Alexander will just like nudge him a little. Dorian, you dog.
Raleigh is just standing totally impassively facing a wall, just not saying anything.
Millie hastens to close the shop as quickly as she can, forgetting even to lock the back door. She runs up to the front. She grabs you by the arm and says, "I know this lovely place right around the corner."
Are you sure there's nothing else that you needed to do? Oh!
Raleigh like follows them out the door, but he like just makes eyes at both Alexander and Anastas, like, I have to leave, but you know what you need to do.
My people need me.
well, Alexander, that was easier than we had assumed.
I am so happy we came here.
All right. What? Okay. I'm guessing that you guys immediately start casing the joint.
Looking
Let's-
around. We're looking
okay.
at the back. We want to like the back counter. Looking for a door, basement.
Yeah. I'm
Clues,
feeling a
yeah.
vigilant check here. We're searching around. We're looking through stuff.
Would you like us both to make one, or one
Whichever
lead?
one of you would like to do it, but I only
I have
want
a 10.
one.
What's yours, Anastas?
10.
Oops, one better. Go for
All
it.
right, let's do it. Oh, am I one better than you?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh. Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Oh boy.
right. Okay, so Anastas, you immediately head into the back. You find the door where you had seen the Nezhit enter the previous evening, and head down into the cellar below the cosmetics shop. Down in the cellar, there are boxes and cases, various perfumes and things wrapped up for shipping, but there's also a very impressive vault at the back of the room. I say vault, I really mean safe.
Yeah.
It is of the newest Arcadian design. It is probably something that, having been not so much in Arcadia and also not around for the past few years, Anastas has never seen anything of this complexity
What the fuck
before.
is this thing? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There is a small desk with a ledger sitting out on it, various pouches and papers and things. Meanwhile, Alexander, upstairs, you have been looking around behind the counter, and it looks as though Millie forgot her bag, her book bag, which is sitting open. You happen to take a glance at it, but your eyes are drawn to a glint of gold.
Oh no.
Inside the bag.
Inside the bag. And upon closer inspection, it's not actually gold, but it is the brass lock that goes on, like the brass latch of her diary.
Eyebrows raised. Look around a little bit, and then he will carefully remove the diary from the bag.
Okay.
Anastas isn't there to tell you to behave.
Nope.
Ain't nobody there to tell him to behave.
No, sir.
Anastas, what are you doing down in the basement?
I think I'm going to be notice. I stand in complexity at this, or perplexed by this machine, this device, this safe. Not really understanding it. Not understanding that it probably is. It contains something, and it's not easy to open. Have I gleamed that much?
Yeah.
Okay. Anastas will go to the lumber over to the desk with the ledgers on it, kind of seeing what's on there.
Yeah.
No black tar smudges anywhere, no fingerprints, tackiness.
Ooh. You don't see any tackiness or smudges around the desk or anything like that. But on the handle to the safe, you do see very clearly a small stain of black sap.
Sure.
Exploring the ledger, it seems to be transactions back and forth. Being the one that's not really, I don't imagine that you are well versed in this. So it appears to be a ledger of transactions in and out and finances, things like that.
Nothing that's really stands out. Any drawers, cabinets on the dresser?
Yeah, there are cabinets on the dresser, and flitting through them, Oh, this appears to be Sybil Caldwell's where she does her books, but also a bunch of her research notes and things are in here about different concoctions that she is putting together, different elixirs and the like.
Okay.
Again, things that you're not very well versed in.
Sure.
Perhaps if
Going
Dorian
back
was
over
here.
to the safe, does it appear as though it's a however advanced, a lock and key mechanism? Am I seeing more of like a large dial?
There,
Is there
in
any
fact, are
discernible?
3 keys. It requires 3 separate keys to open.
Okay. So we can deduce reasonably that those 2 Nezhit either had a way to get into that safe, or the means of opening the safe was in the building at some point between then and now.
That is a fair assumption.
It requires 3.
3 keys. At least
Does it
there are
look like it
3.
needs to
At
be
least
opened
there
by
are
3
3
people?
keyholes.
I don't know. That would be hard to discern. But oh no, are they spaced really far away, or are they right next to each other?
It's like in a triangle right on the front.
Okay. But not on like other sides or other like far corners or something.
No.
Okay. Okay. I think I can figure out the answers to this from the Nezhit tonight, now that I think about it. Do you can I trouble you to refresh my memory where we learned the connection between the tar and the cure of the corruption?
You just knew that.
Oh, I just knew that
you
they were.
know that that your people use black sap to mitigate the effects of corruption. That's what they burn. That's the incense used in the rituals and things. Yeah.
So we know that she's keeping it here. She knows that it's in the safe. We know that it requires a key or some other triple pit device. And there's no other like doors, room, shelves, anything of interest down
looking around the doors and things, it looks as though that this it looks as though that there are a few other rooms. There is a hallway, and it heads in the direction of Caldwell Manor. Now, you don't know if it connects to the actual manor itself, but there are outbuildings and storehouses of Caldwell Manor that this might connect to. Going around and exploring a little bit, it does look as though some of those doors are locked as well. One of them is barred from the other side. So presumably there is another way into this building.
And this is probably how Madam Caldwell gets in here.
Probably, yes.
So if something were to happen at the mansion, this would make a great escape route.
This would make a fantastic escape route.
And that's good enough for me. I will return upstairs.
Okay. Alexander, are you taking a peer through that diary?
Little look-see.
Just a quick peek. You crack it open and give me a cunning check.
A shilling says that Dorian's name appears at least once on every page.
Ah, zip.
You've been gone for a while, yo. Maybe she has a new bow.
He failed.
Fail.
That's true.
Looking through this, this journal is filled with absolute drivel for pages and pages and pages. If there is anything of value in here, it is going to take a mind with more fortitude than yours to get through it.
Alexander,
Yes, what? Hi, Anastas.
What does it say?
He kind of pulls it back out. Well, it's a lot, but I don't think it's what we're looking for, nor is it something that I would take with me.
Perhaps it's best to put it back where you found it.
I agree before I have an aneurysm.
All right, and you replace the book back in the book bag. Was there anything else that you wanted to pilfer from this establishment?
Well, is there anything else that's not nailed down?
I mean, there's plenty that is not nailed down. Do you want to steal from Dorian's family?
Is there anything of note that would pique his interest? I should ask.
Give me a vigilant check as you search through the shelves and things.
Yeah.
I won't stop you.
Got a
You guys
success.
suck.
You got a
Love you.
success?
Yes.
Worst
Love you, don't love your
friends.
folks.
Oh man. Roll me a d20 3 times.
3
Whoa.
times. Interesting.
Gotta consult the magic item table.
Literally here.
Where the heck are they again?
I got you.
Do you have them hotkeys on the bottom of your... There you go.
I don't actually. I need to do
You
that.
get 2 16s and a 1.
Oh, there we go. 216 and 1. Yes.
Okay. Ooh. All right, you find an herbal cure, which claims to be a healing remedy of some sort, which ordinarily would cost 10 taler. There is
good
a
lord.
yes. As you are looking through, the prices at this establishment are outrageous. They're outrageously expensive. You don't know who shops here.
Dorian's mom.
She owns it.
There is a so there's that healing herbal cure, and where's my 16s? Oh my god. You find something in the very back. It's old and dusty. It looks like it has been here forever, forgotten about, behind some other bottles and boxes. And though this place is kept in very tidy, this has clearly been forgotten. On the front of the bottle, it says only Twilight Thistle.
You should grab that.
I do believe I will.
You're such a magpie.
I need
Like,
to,
oh, I
hang
found
on.
a bottle that has some weird words on it. It's mine now.
Magpie Thistle sounds aesthetic.
It does sound aesthetic.
I mean, Alexander's a bit. He's like one of those birds that takes all the stuff and puts it in his own place
Oh
to
my
attract.
god! Oh my god!
Oh no.
Okay.
What does this do?
Okay.
Mhm.
Is this the sort of thing that like
You can
Dorian is
add
gonna see?
what? Actually, I will add the herbal cure. I am not going to add the Twilight tincture to your character sheet. You're just gonna have to write that shit down
Just write it down.
because I cannot give you what the rules for this are.
What the fuck?
What?
I don't even know.
Wait,
What the
as in
fuck?
you don't have the ability?
No, I do have the ability, and I will not. I will not tell you what this is.
What was it?
So-
Twilight
You
what?
should
Twilight
refrain
Thistle.
from looking
Twilight
up
tincture.
Twilight.
Refrain
tincture.
from looking it up. Yes, that would be great.
Okay,
I
I'll
mean,
have to find somebody. to
would
deal
your
with that.
character know what the hell any of this is?
I'm guessing unlikely if I'm not
Your
getting.
character might, Dorian.
Yeah, Dorian may actually. I might ask him.
It actually might be a stretch. Dorian took more after his father than he did his mother.
We also got the professor we're going to be meeting.
He knows
too, so that might
some.
give a
We also have to call the library.
I wonder
Yeah.
if this is the sort of thing where you're gonna like whip this bottle out at like a totally inopportune moment, and someone's gonna go,
You just immediately turn into a chicken.
like, "Why are you carrying around the equivalent of like yield the atomic bomb?"
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
this.
it like literally blows up the city. It's like super dangerous.
Right. This is kind of
Why
cool.
would they sell that?
Why
Your parents are fucked, man.
I like it, and after taking those things, I look at Anastas. Did you find what you were looking for?
I did. Now, it's fortunate we have a bit of privacy here.
Hmm.
I found the individuals we were chasing last night.
Excellent.
They claimed me some sort of inquisitor. There appears to be a very large rift in the Nezhit orthodoxy.
Hmm.
One that I have never seen. Sure, the diocese had always had disagreements, but I have never seen something like separate factions. However, I find it true that these of my kind here are walking on the correct path. They are doing good here.
So they shouldn't be. We shouldn't concern ourselves with them. You don't think then? They're not anything we should be worried about.
I have given my word to another in Gareth that I would turn these individuals in.
Well,
I now sit perplexed at how to move forward.
hmm.
In one hand, I have duty
Yeah.
in the Nezhit of Karstop. However, I feel it to be true that those here are doing just work.
Well, if you were to break that promise, what would happen?
I would garner more wrath, perhaps lose my rank, perhaps be dismantled.
Well, Nastas, I don't know exactly what the best choice for you may be, but damn it, I'll be behind you, whatever you choose. All right? You've always got me behind your back. With you at your back. Whatever. I'm tired.
Lurking around behind you somewhere.
Lurking
Ready
in
to
the
stick a knife
shadows.
in you.
Behind your enemy's back, I should say.
It would be good to note there is a tunnel that leads from here to perhaps Caldwell Manor. I believe it to be the way that the madam of the house arrives at her private vault found downstairs. It would make a great escape route should we run into trouble tonight, as I assume we will.
Whoa,
Hey
whoa,
now.
whoa, whoa. Trouble?
Not a
Ye
bad
of
idea.
such little faith, Anastas.
You don't think that my guys are gonna be able to hold that perimeter? Come on.
Not a
I
bad
fear-
idea.
I mean, they are wearing red, so
They are.
One of them.
no, his mercenaries
Oh.
are definitely all wearing red.
Red and purple.
Red and purple.
It's very
Too
They're,
much
fetching.
red.
they're the red shirt guys, man.
Sorry.
Oh,
Um,
shoot.
I fear we may not make the allies of the Masques as we'd hoped in time. I fear if there is going to be an attack, if I were to attack the city, tonight is the night I would send my men in full force.
Well, we should be ready. We should be prepared for anything, I suppose.
But those weapons, Alexander,
I know.
they'll be
I know.
disintegrated. A word I never thought I had to formulate.
I know. We've got to be careful. It's... At least we have one of them on our side. At least it seems like it.
We have to find way to get word to the resistance. Should they choose to attack tonight, they'll lose too many of their men to ever fight back again.
You think we could? Do you think you could? I suppose I could. I'd prefer to go to the soiree for multiple reasons, but
We should be at the festival, but I fear the worst.
hmm,
Perhaps it's best just to see how things play out. Follow the
agreed.
pilgrim's light. Shall we save our young friend Dorian?
Yes, I suppose we should give him a hand.
Let us be gone then. Say, did you find anything interesting?
I believe so. He kind of holds up the vial of both the things he got. I'll have to look into these. This one, I'm not sure what it is, but it seems very neat.
Oh, your finger's hella bleeding, yeah.
My finger's hella bleeding.
Your
You
finger's
good?
bleeding?
Yeah. Something. I must have had a scab or something that popped open.
Ouch.
Hella bleeding. I think we will go try to find Dorian at the cafe.
Okay. Dorian, how did lunch go?
Okay, first of all, is this Michael's muffins?
No.
Okay, good. So,
Aw.
all right. How's the food?
So she takes you to a small cafe with there are soup and sandwiches. It's like it's a nice little place. And the food's pretty good. It's what is this place called? This place is it's the Oak and Barrel Inn. Yeah. They're serving soups and sandwiches and things. It's actually it was one of the nicer bars in the area as well. On the north side of town. It's a little on the expensive side, but she pays. She's happy to pay.
Oh, Millie,
and-
this place is absolutely fantastic.
Also, your parents pay this girl's salary and you're letting her pay for lunch.
That's true Dorian right
He ain't
there.
got no money. That motherfucker's
He's
broke as
literally
hell.
broke.
I love it. Beautiful.
This was too kind of you.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. So
All
I
right.
heard there's going to be a party tonight. Are you going?
Oh, yes, my mother is having a small. He kind of rolls his eyes a bit and like does the quotation fingers, soiree, and I suppose it's something to do with my homecoming. But yeah, we're having a bit of a party tonight. I'm quite excited for my outfit as well. My friend Mr. Filch is fixing it up for me as we speak, I'm sure. And so what's it like working at the apothecary? Is it fun? What's some of your favorite tinctures?
Yeah, it's great. Are you going with anyone?
My friends, I suppose.
Like, Raleigh is behind you and he kind of like coughs and like nudges your chair with his foot. Like when she says that,
you can
is everything
feel
all
that
right?
that she has slipped off her slipper and is running her foot up and down your calf.
Oh my.
the
Well-
captain he just slowly slides the guest list into view so you can see it and she can't, and then slowly slides the guest list back into his pocket.
Yes, actually, I believe, I'm supposed to be going with, Morius. Morius's, daughter. It was something arranged by my mother. Yes,
Raleigh coughs a little bit louder this time.
Is everything alright, Captain Raleigh?
Yeah, it sure is, sir. Yes, absolutely. Nothing wrong with me or you at all.
Alright. Not picking up on any clues there. I'll just turn my attention back. Yes, I'm dreadfully sorry, Millie. I would love to catch up again some other time, though. I have to run a few errands, but this was absolutely lovely. This place is brilliant. You are a genius for finding such a wonderful place, and I would love to do this again. Perhaps next week sometime.
Yeah, maybe we can do something next week. That sounds good. And if you're looking for anyone to go to the party, I'll just be at the shop all day. Just me alone at the shop all day, all alone. In case you want to do anything or we're bored.
Millie!
I would I will certainly remember that, and if it is possible, I would be more than happy to invite you, but I'm and not exactly in charge of the guest list myself. As I said, I believe my mother may have arranged something with,
I'll talk to your
Morius.
mother then.
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
That
well,
sounds...
I better get going. Have a nice day. No, I'll talk to you later. I'll pick you up at 7.
Fuck!
Your mom.
Fuck!
Oh my god.
You kind of walked into that one, so.
I've never been very good at this.
That much is very clear to me, sir.
Well, thank you. Why on earth were you kicking my chair? Anyways, Captain, I mean, you could have just out and said it or whispered it in my ear or something.
Sir, I was trying to warn you as a friend. It's not in my contract, sir, so I was doing everything I could. So.
Oh, well, I appreciate the attempt.
If I might be so bold, sir, there are other ways we could potentially avoid that situation. People bring dangerous items into parties all the time. They need to be searched before they come and might need to be detained for an indeterminate amount of time to determine whether or not they are safe to enter the premises. I'm just saying
I
that
don't want her harmed. I mean,
as your friend. That's a friendly thing. That's also not in my contract, but that's
she was
something I would be willing
perfectly delightful woman. She was just a bit
just a
forward.
Beacon of the community. So yeah.
Beacon. Oh, all right. Well, I suppose we ought to go.
Just say the words. Sir.
Catch up with the others. If it comes to that, I will I'll give you the nod. You know.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about, sir. I get nodded at a lot, and I understand the meaning of every nod that ever comes my way. So yes.
That's remarkable talent to have.
Yes, it is, sir. It's served me well so far.
Bloody brilliant. You'll have to teach me that sometime as we continue to walk and talk our way back to the
All right. So Dorian and Don's character, whose name escapes me,
Raleigh.
Reunite with Stone and Alexander outside
That's
Is it
the
not us?
Anas. Everyone meets back together on the street.
Nobody can remember anyone's names.
Nope.
No.
We all have such great names. It's hard to keep them all straight.
Good job.
Yeah, me least. of all.
Anyway, we meet
Man, I've
together.
got like 100 fucking names I gotta remember.
Yeah, you
here.
do.
You got a lot of names.
So
You got
we're
a
in the
lot.
tavern.
Man of many names.
All right. So you meet on the street outside Caldwell Cosmetics, which I can never say.
I keep trying not to say cod piece.
The cod piece of the
Cod piece.
Coswell, the Cosby cod piece.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We're gonna get canceled now.
Thanks, Patrick.
Now
All
we're
right.
We'll get ready
demonetized.
for the most splendiferous pudding pop you have ever seen.
Well, walk it back. Walk
Oh
it back.
right. Are we headed to the cathedral?
Just quoting Family Guy.
Yes, we should.
Did we?
Before-
Okay, like real talk though. Do you think we should, or should we just see what happens?
I feel like the breadcrumbs have been laid. Alexander's interest piqued by the masks and all.
Because one of the guys is gonna be there.
Right. Maybe like
Right.
a brief search.
We could look for the guy making masks because we know that the guy making masks is different from the guy that.
Even if we
Okay.
don't confront, then it could
Did
be
you-
like
Let's go.
kinda- yeah.
Let's do it.
Did you find what you were looking for? Were you able to figure out precisely what it was that the other Nezhit were trying to take?
I believe they weren't taking anything, Dorian.
Oh, I thought that was the reason we
I
came
think
here.
they were dropping off.
Huh. In the middle of the night?
And no signs of a break-in. Your mother keeps a very secure safe in the basement.
Do you think
As-
she has some sort of deal going on with these Nezhit?
I think your mother is, and he kind of takes a small piece of the tar that sits in the sensor. He like scrapes it off the side that floats in his chest, and like shows you. I think your mother is collecting this.
Does Dorian know what this is?
Dorian has the forbidden knowledge, and
Mhm.
knows like every alchemical tincture and. the
So
whole
as I
slew
like
of
stop to
everything,
think
yeah.
about it and like observe it, how I kind of imagine it working
has what?
is
Anyway,
the
sorry.
It's bonkers, dude.
the journal at his side just very slightly begins to vibrate and like warm up against his hip as his eyes like flicker back and forth over the substance, and then he just like his brain is just crammed with information of all the different things that
Is
this could be
Dorian
used for.
Chuck?
I never watched that show.
Oh my
so
god,
maybe-
he's got the CIA computer in his brain, and when he sees things, his like eyes start flickering, and then like he just knows about it. Like that's his whole thing.
I guess so.
Okay. All right, Dorian is now medieval alchemical Chuck. All right, let's do it.
Medieval alchemical chuck.
Okay. Anyhow,
That's curious. You believe that she is collecting the Nezhit resin, perhaps in order to cure some of the diseased within the city?
That would be its use. However, why is it in your mother's safe and not with the diseased? I fear your mother's planning to profit off of this.
Well,
And if my kind is selling this to your mother, that will be something that I will deal with.
So I would imagine he knows like the scientific properties of it, but not like the religious significance of
Yeah,
it to
sure.
the Nezhit. I think-
we burn it. From my understanding, it's toxic to people.
Not toxic, but
It's
like
not good.
not
It's
great.
a thick burning tar.
Yeah.
It's what we pray with. It's our connection to our faith. It stains our
it's
bones.
a sort of conduit for you.
Yes.
That's fascinating.
It is what I burn when I go into a religious fever.
Why would they want to sell something so important to the faith? Are they not part of the same order as you?
Dorian, I have been faced with a significant crossroad. One that crossing may put all of us in grave danger.
Can you elaborate?
Those of my kind here in Arcadiva are working against the church. Something hitherto unheard of. However, as they work against the church, they do follow the path of the pilgrim. They are here to do her will. They are here to help.
By giving this tar over to my mother.
They are performing rites of raising on the dead before they may become corrupted. Once corrupted, you cannot become a Nezhit. You are gone forever.
I see.
Raleigh looks at Alexander while like this exchange has been going on and just says, "Does this happen a lot to you people?"
Well, it seems like it has been more and more recently, and I guess by extension, it'll start happening to you.
However, those of the church, Valentian requested I save as many humans as I can to not let any of you die. And that too is in the path of the pilgrim.
I'm failing to see the conflict here. Well, I mean, what is stopping you from assisting the other Nezhit here? Perhaps even that we could
I am
sell
to
this.
turn them over to the church. They tried to kill me.
Oh, well, you had left out that part.
They were not very successful or competent at it. But
So why haven't you?
I need to know what much has been gone. Much has changed since I sat rotting in that prison. I fear for once my faith is not enough to lean on.
If
I
they
don't
are
know what to do.
if they are following along the same teachings, why does your order want them returned? If they are doing good here, if they are following the teachings of your pilgrim, What have they done to offend? Aside from attacking you, of course. And
I know not.
why would they attack you?
He claimed I would know should I meet them this evening, and that all would be revealed.
That sounds rather dangerous, given your last interaction with them. I don't think you should go alone.
Perhaps not.
Regarding this tar, perhaps we could make the best out of this situation, either by finding some other means of giving it out to the populace that needs it most, or at the very least convincing my mother to lower the price to something more affordable.
We know not even if she sells it, thus that she has it. Perhaps we...
She may be stockpiling it just to ensure our own safety.
Perhaps this is a discussion we have with her. Now that we've located it, we know that she has it, we know where she's getting it. She might be more inclined to help us.
It's true. DM. Last session, I vaguely remember with a conversation with my mother that she actually mentioned stockpiling something like this, or that she alluded to the fact that she had the means to keep us safe from the corruption. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I might just be making some connections. That might not be exactly what she said verbatim, but okay. So I do know that she is stockpiling it to protect the family.
If I'm remembering correctly, I believe that she said that that they have a store of it, so don't worry about it.
Okay, but she didn't say explicitly that it was for that purpose.
No, she did not say that she was hoarding it or anything like that. She said that that she had access to it.
And I hadn't thought much about it at the time, but now
now you're and now Dorian thinking back is like, what did she say exactly? And now you can't remember.
Yes, I believe we will have to have a chat with my mother. Well then, did you lads still want to go look into the church?
Perhaps to see the masks, yes.
I believe a brief check would be in order.
Okay. You guys head to the west side of town. An enormous cathedral rises ominously from the row houses and narrow streets of Arcadia's west end. Great buttresses and soaring arches give it the look of a colossal spider-like beast pulling itself up from the earth. Stained glass windows rise in dazzling brilliance above the enormous gateway arch, which leads to a relatively dark interior. Are you headed inside, or are you gonna be outside? I guess you've come upon the cathedral. What would you like to do? There are people milling about this square. It looks like there are some worshippers inside, people moving in and out. Balls in your court.
This informant of yours, Alexander and Anastas, that you had met last night, what did they say exactly about the church's involvement with the creation of these masks? Did they mention where we might be able to find them on the church's property?
That he just carved them out front, was it not?
That's what I recall him saying, that the carver would be in or around the church.
Is
selling
there,
masks.
looking on the outside of the church, is there like a stool or like wood shavings that someone might like? It looks like someone carves here.
Making a quick like scan around the place, you see people moving around. You hear inside someone preaching. There are prayers and mourners and things like that. Beggars sitting on the sides of the roads. This is not the north end of town. This is not the fancy the well-to-do neighborhoods. And so there is poverty here, but not to the same extent as outside. But you don't see anyone selling masks. You don't see anyone sitting and carving. It appears to be what you would expect from the square in front of a cathedral.
Oh, I guess there's no choice. Shall we to the cathedral?
Can Dorian approach one of these beggars
Yeah.
and just look down at him and say, "Hello. I was just curious. Do you frequent this area often?"
What? What? What's that?
I'm looking for someone.
You're gonna have to speak up. What?
I am looking for someone. Someone who, leaning down a little closer, they're carving masks.
This old man is wearing like brown rags, burlap, made out of burlap. He's sort of like hunched over. He's got a small bowl sitting in front of him. It seems as though his arms are like curled up in front of his chest, and he's looking up at you through big bushy eyebrows. He smells horribly. You say you're looking for something?
Well, someone, actually, and, it would be very generous of you if you could, tell me anything that you know about, someone of the cloth that is working on masks. And he'll slip out a shilling and drop it into the bowl.
You're a rich man for asking about masks.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but
Can you persuade this guy?
sure.
With money.
Do I have any bonuses on this, because Dorian is not the Silver Tongue?
I was not
Character
going to
of this-
allow you to do a persuasion check because this is ridiculous until you paid him, so no.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
You're
Fair,
like
fair.
I can't
you're like a
believe,
wealthy
that-
man. You've got like one of the guard with you and
Yeah,
a
like
Nezhit.
literally
Oh, that's
behind
fair.
you.
Okay. No.
This is
Not at all.
ridiculous.
In the midst of asking him, Dorian gets a bit too much of a whiff and just excuse me, and will turn around, not even able to get the question out entirely.
As you back away, you sort of look back, and there's a number of beggars that are all sitting here, and you stop and you notice something, that they're all sort of hunched up with their arms in front of their chests. And as you look closer, every single person who is sitting here is carving a little piece of wood in their hand. There are dozens of these.
Oh, less people.
Kind of backing up slowly, taking it in, and then being sure to like avert my eyes. I'll return to the group.
Do you see us now?
I don't think that it's just the church that is involved in the making of these masks.
It would seem that way, sir.
It's the starving of your city, Dorian. For food. They are hungry. Remember what hungry did to
Talon, you're fading out real bad.
You faded real bad.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Dorian, it is the starving of your city wearing the masks. It is the starving of your city looking for food. Do you remember what those hungry souls did to that cart so many moons ago?
I do.
Your mother has a cart.
And what can we do about it?
She will slaughter them. She will cast bolts of lightning at them and turn them to dust.
And when the alternative is just doing nothing and dying to a raving mob, what do we do to stop it? I will not just stand by while they swarm my family, my home,
This is their home
kill
too, Dorian.
and just...
And they sit on the street without homes in the cold and the rain. They have not servants, nor beds. They have their faith, and they have their anger, and they have their hunger.
Then what do we do about it, Anastas?
My suggestion.
What do you propose to fix poverty?
Feed them.
With what? I hardly have 2 thala to rub together myself.
The taxes are going somewhere.
I agree.
War is coming to the city one way or another. Whether it comes from within or from without.
If it comes from within, Arcadia will fall when the Hadra attack. And there will be no Nezhit, Black Legion, to save them.
Exactly. We have to keep it from occurring, one way or the other.
Then we need to find a way to unite Arcadia and equip them with the means to defend themselves.
Reasonable heads have to prevail in this case. Otherwise, it will not last the end of the season.
Perhaps if we were to organize some sort of charitable event for the downtrodden. Does
It will be
anyone
up to
have
you.
any ideas?
You will have to beseech those at the party this evening.
You're the one with the fancy last name, sir.
And I've got the silver tongue.
Oh. Well,
I can fight, but in this endeavor, I could only bring you to truth.
Understand.
Dorian, yes, we have to convince.
We need to talk to my mother.
I agree.
Preferably before this soiree.
Having her on our side concretely would make dealing with the rest of them much easier. That said, I'm starting to wonder. A soiree like this, with some of the upper crust in town, all in one location, all in one area.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
Are we sure?
perhaps then all the more reason to talk to my mother sooner and have the soiree cancelled or moved to a more secure and secretive time.
The secretive soiree. The secret soiree of the upper.
Wait, I know. We'll have a
This
masked
is gonna
party.
be some
Wait,
Court of Owls bullshit going on. We're gonna meet in the woods.
Oh, all wearing masks.
Some
Although that's
eyes wide shut
safer
nonsense.
right now in the city, as we have now known.
I think the soiree has to happen to talk to them, but we need to be prepared for an attack.
I'm calling it now. The leader of the church is the Red Mask.
It's very likely. Or at least he knows who it is.
And he's going to be at the party. I think Red Mask is coming to the party tonight.
Oh, most likely.
I can handle him. He's the one I'm most interested in talking to anyway.
All right, let's.
You are startled
Avoid.
by a sudden commotion. It looks as though there are 2 or 3 individuals carrying a woman who is covered in sores and clearly corruption. As they hurry her up the steps and towards the cathedral, they disappear into the archways beyond.
That seemed a bit odd, did it not? I'm gonna go take a look.
Perhaps that's best.
Alexander, you run up the steps towards the cathedral. Inside, the interior is dark, illuminated in the reds and purples of the stained glass. At the church's center, a halo of white light envelops the dais and altar, emanating from an enormous opaline orb hanging several feet above the altar. It is suspended by an elaborate gold chandelier, which is constructed of dozens of overlapping domes, which combine into a great unfurling shield above. The individuals that you saw rushing in, it takes you a moment to locate them, but they are off to the side, speaking in hushed tones to a reverend who's wearing a black cloak with white trim. He nods, he looks over the woman, and looking around, he shuffles them towards a door, which is off to the side of the church in one of the wings, and they disappear beyond it.
Is there anything else to note here before I...
There are a few prayers and worshipers sitting in the pews of this cathedral, although it is mostly empty.
I will follow the group again.
Are you doing this discreetly?
Yeah, as best as I can.
Okay, give me that discreet check, bud.
Alrighty. Dice don't fail me now.
Woo!
Hells yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so you You stick to the shadows and the edge of the cathedral. You move incredibly quickly and quietly to the door where they had gone, down a set of stairs. And as you get there, you can see that they just went through a door that is about to close and latch, and you are able to move down the stairs quickly enough and put your foot there so that the door just doesn't completely close and latch. And you are able to push it slowly and carefully open. The staircase leads down into the catacombs beneath the cathedral. Let me find my notes on this. The stairway leads down into stone catacombs, not unlike those you had seen in Gareth, though much better maintained, and without the drains and doors and bars and locks of the Gardanian prison. Upon reaching the bottom of the stair, you are suddenly amidst a clamor of activity. All around you are sick and dying. They lay writhing and moaning. Bedrolls have been brought to line the corridors and caskets. Layfolk rush between beds with water, soiled rags, and bandages. Many of the sick lie still, their bodies mangled by sores or blood, and you cannot tell if they are simply dying or already dead.
I will. I'm going to cover my like kind of bring up like a scarf essentially over my mouth and nose and kind of work my way through.
Working your way through, you see where the Reverend is, and they lay this woman on a cot, and you can just barely overhear. Like I said, it's pretty loud down here, all things considered. It sounds as though he's not sure what he's going to be able to do, but they're going to do their best, and if nothing else, they're going to ease her suffering.
Does he...
Well, with a get-up like that, you might as well help out. Don't just stand there. A woman with bright red curly hair is tending to one of the people, washing off the blood and being very careful around the sores as best she can right next to you.
Right, sorry. What would you like me to assist with?
That one right there, he could use a bath.
Right. And he will kind of, and he'll go over to the patient.
Yeah, there are like there's like bandages,
okay.
or not bandages, but like cloths and things that she has there that you can help out.
Yeah, he'll start kind of like, using the cloth, using water, whatever it is, and kind of dabbing the area. It looks, of course, like the corrupted that we've seen before.
Yeah,
I assume.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You don't exactly look like an eat the burgers type based on that getup.
Huh. Well, I take it you are then.
Well, she's like, somebody's got to take care of these people.
Why you, exactly? What brought you to this?
Conscience. You?
Curiosity. This
Curiosity.
disease is unlike anything we've seen before, no?
No, it is not. It's very strange. Very strange indeed. All sorts of curious properties. You can see like a sort of glint in her eye.
What do you know about it? You seem to really deal with it every day.
Yeah, I've seen enough to know what it's doing to these people. I've seen enough to know that we need to fix it.
And more come every day. What do you think could fix it? Seems like the Reverend over there is... Well, he doesn't seem to know what to do with that one.
Well, the black sap can hold it off for a while, but it's not permanent.
The sap, huh?
Yeah. And the amount of it that we would need. There are hundreds of people just here, thousands across the city, tens of thousands across all of the Hembaran Empire. There's not enough black sap in the damn forest to fix all that. Not forever. But we've got to do what we can.
And you think the rich, the upper crust, they're holding back for helping?
I know they are.
Holding back on
Firsthand.
sap? Really? What happened?
Do I know you?
I'm relatively new in the city.
What's your name?
It's, Karen.
Karen. Bridget. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure's all mine.
I'm glad that
Fancy
you're here
meeting
helping
you.
us.
It's the least I can do. The
Yes.
Reverend.
The Reverend,
sorry.
yes. Reverend Longfellow.
Yes. Is he of the same opinion?
Well, somebody's got to help out.
Indeed.
He wouldn't be here if he wasn't. He wouldn't let us be here if he wasn't.
And these masks now, too, in this city. Crazy stuff.
Crazy. Um.
Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
I have some things to be doing. But, we could use more like you.
I doubt this is the last you'll see of me. And you shouldn't be the only one doing this. You need help.
Do you want to persuade her?
Sure.
Do you want to persuade her?
Why not? Man, I wish my persuasion was better than it is. Hey, it's still alright.
Hey, result margin 0.
0. By the skin on those
Spicy.
teeth.
Those pearly whites that are kind of covered up right now.
Come back tomorrow. We'll talk then.
What time? Same time?
Whenever you like.
I can make that happen, yeah. Down here again?
Yeah. Tell the Reverend you're looking for me.
I can do that.
What did you say your name was again?
Aaron.
Karen.
Bridget.
Bridget.
It is a lovely name.
Yes. Alright. See you tomorrow.
Yes.
And with that, she turns around and goes into the back room.
Before Alexander leaves, he looks for the Reverend one more time. Is Reverend still over by that girl?
The Reverend, you've lost track of him.
Lost track. Got it.
Yeah.
Is the girl still there?
Yes. She's a woman. She's middle-aged. Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Alexander will turn and
discreetly
back up
make
to
his
the
way back
surface.
upstairs. Excellent.
Sneaky time, yes.
Sneaky time. You got in here. I trust that you can get out.
Yeah.
All right, and you meet the party back outside the cathedral.
Sorry about that, lads. I needed to. We weren't. I wanted to see what was happening in there.
Did you find?
You were fading there again, Talon.
And what did you find?
Misery, mostly. Misery. This corrupted Manio down in the catacombs. The Reverend and others seem to be attempting to deal with it. What they're doing, besides trying to ease these people's suffering, I don't know. But there's quite a bit of animosity within those walls.
Animosity for the burgers.
For the burgers. And our Reverend Longfellow seems to be right in the middle of that.
Let
I'm
me
coming
get this
back here
straight.
tomorrow. Yes,
I
sorry.
think that the Reverend might be connected to what's been going on with these masks.
It's seeming likely. The connections between what I've heard before, these people carving, the dead and dying below, and people who are very open about their distrust of the burgers. If he's not directly causing this, he's certainly kindling the fire. Whether he's right or wrong, I will not say, but it is certainly building, and this church is part of it. I've been invited back for tomorrow. Indeed, we should keep an eye on him. I've been invited back tomorrow. I hope to learn more. They seem to be wanting additionally, the tar. It seems to be the one thing that they're utilizing to help.
Well, we know where there's a store in the city.
Mm-hmm. It's all connecting now. Underneath that church.
All right. Did you want to go talk to Mama Caldwell before the party?
I mean,
That sigh.
Yeah, Dorian.
I'm trying to think of what it would gain to do it. I feel
Probably.
like warning her about like this powder keg that's about to go off would only heighten her anxiety and that of the mercenaries, essentially, with the guns. What she's doing is wrong, but I also don't see like what we can do. We need to feed these people, but how?
We also need to give them something to ease their pain. The money. It's all about the tax money.
All about the money.
Follow the money.
Your mom says you guys are broke, but you have enough money to buy and stockpile an incredibly rare substance. You have enough money to hold a ball with some of the highest like rollers in the city.
Enough money
Someone-
to buy guns.
Someone's got money to buy guns. Other people have money to buy guns. So it's not just your mom. It's your mom and her elk.
What do you guys
want to
think?
do?
Should
I don't think we need to talk to your mom before the party. but I do think you need to make a big disruptive address at the party.
Captain Raleigh.
Yeah, Captain Raleigh. What?
In case of the worst, how many men are going to be there again?
What do you consider to be the worst, sir?
Well, a few more heads flying through windows. And then some.
An
If
angry
that's the
mob
worst
tearing
thing you
my.
can imagine, sir, I'm happy for your optimistic outlook of the world.
I appreciate your confidence.
An angry mob
If you thought
infiltrating
that
my
was
home
confidence,
and
we need
killing
to talk.
all of us is more what I'm concerned about as the worst.
There will be men from my company there. A decent amount.
Half dozen or so.
What he said.
Okay.
We
And
must
2
try
guns?
our best
2 guns.
to keep the peace. Who has the other one?
Don, who'd you give the other one to?
That would be my sergeant, sir.
Your son?
My sergeant.
Oh,
My own son.
You understand this is a little bit of an ad hoc detail, sir. I don't usually command groups of men. So I was able to handpick this squad, and I determined that my sergeant, who is acting as my second in this situation, should be armed the same as I am.
great assumption.
Right, let's get ready for the party then. And I will tell them of my concerns for the greater populace of this city.
I'm sure you'll be given a moment to speak. It is your party, anyway.
You are a special boy.
Dorian
Alright.
just kind of head hung low a bit, begins to limp back home.
Aw, buddy.
Buddy, I'm sorry.
And Dorian limps back home. And above the cloudy skies of Arcadia, it begins to rain. And that, unfortunately, I think is where we're going to have to end it for tonight, because the soiree is going to be
Oh, for sure.
probably an hour to 2 hour long ordeal, so that's going to be next time.
Man, we
Um,
got sad Hulk music as the closer.
Mhm.
Bwum, bwum, bwum.
Little fella. Now good.
Little slugger.
Heck yeah.
That's a lot on Dorian's shoulders.
Yeah, as if Dorian wasn't already feeling a
You
little
are
bad.
not the only one that has a lot on your shoulders, Dorian, right now.
That's true.
Anastas also does, and other characters also do. It's just we just haven't gotten there yet. Oh yeah. Oh man, knowing the listening to
Is
you
everybody's
guys,
mom?
is
an evil
everybody's
villain?
mom a supervillain? Okay,
Probably.
but like, admittedly though, like she is doing like she's concerned
doing
about
what's
the
right.
safety of the city. She's importing the black sap and like distributing it as she knows how to distribute it. She's ensuring that like they invest enough money in the things that they will need to defend the city. Like from a certain point of view, she is doing a lot to help the city, but from a certain other point of view, she's doing jack shit to help the city.
Right.
We need to feed the people.
The people need black sap incense, but there's not enough of it. Like,
Right.
yeah, it's
not great.
it's a pickle.
Could get more.
Ration it.
Yeah, and yeah,
Get
people
more.
are gonna love that.
People like bread lines.
Yeah,
I mean, nobody likes it, but it's the most fair thing to do.
We are in a pickle.
I will say that hearing you guys like try and figure out what's going on and like
It's fucking hard.
it's
all right.
it's fucking hard, and it is like knowing what's going on. It's beautiful. It is a beautiful thing thinking about what's going to happen when you do realize what's going on, and I'm so excited for it.
You've definitely put down a lot of clues, but I know there's a lot we're missing or we're not quite connecting.
Oh
and
my
I'm so
god, and
hyped.
like the people that are doing particular things is having a huge effect on what you guys know and what information you get and what can happen. Like if Don's character was in like a few different scenes that he wasn't in, huge difference. If like Dorian or Alexander, somebody who knew books, was able to look at the books, like that was going to be completely different. Like it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who is where is so important, and it's amazing. It's so this is the best campaign I've ever run. I'm so excited.
Oh shit! See, I was worried we weren't doing enough for you, but hey, this is even better.
This session in particular was a little like more open than I think other sessions, but like the other thing we're running into is like I kind of planned all of this stuff to have happened last time. So I added like a few other things, but so like we ended up in this weird spot where there was enough to do but like not, you guys didn't feel comfortable enough to just be like, let's send it into the party. And like, I've got the party ready to go and it's going to be a little bit. So yeah, we'll do the party next time and that'll be good.
Also, Don having a new character introduced at the same time.
New character
introduced was like, oh boy, oh whoa.
What are some key things that we did figure out this time?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, we should kind of have
a lot on the Nezhit side of things.
Yes.
Yeah. There is a splinter faction of some sort, of some indeterminate scale, that is convinced that the church at whole is no longer operating under the basis of its faith. And they are calling us inquisitors.
We also know that they have some hand in the black pine trade.
They are supplying the black resin to your mother.
Well, so this is an interesting thing. I'm not 100% certain we know exactly what the Nezhit are doing. I think that's a good assessment, but we don't know if they were actually giving her any. They could be taking something from her.
They could have been taking the black pine resin.
They could have been taking black pine to do their rituals to consecrate bodies.
It's possible.
Which would present a much larger problem, and we'd have to snuff that out.
Right.
Well, that means, she would have to be taking it from the Nezhit.
That's actually a very curious question for Anastas.
Taking it from one faction and giving it to the other. Like,
if that's something that's happening, how would Anastas feel about Nezhit taking it in attempts to revive the dead people versus giving it as a cure to the ill?
Yeah, man.
If I've ever seen it cure the ill, if I saw it cure the ill.
Well, it's not curing them, it's temporarily removing
easing their.
It's morphine.
Well, Anastas' cunning is really low, and I wish Stone was here because Stone would know for sure. Yeah, you guys don't know. You guys don't know.
Stone, I think it's really funny.
Yeah, but Dorian, you've never had to deal with corruption. Like, corruption's not been a thing humans have had to deal with until recently.
Not yet.
It's kind of funny that
you need somebody who has dealt with corruption.
I have been hanging on to Brimstone Cascade, waiting for the opportunity to set something on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Stone was here, I think he actually would have a lot of insight into like how the corruption is treated and stuff like that.
This is back to like what characters are there is so important.
Is really heavily affecting what's happening here.
Also, the Nezhit faction that I was dealing with was specifically vague. They told me I would find out more if I met them again.
Right.
On the same night as the soiree.
On the same night, but at midnight. So I
Right,
have
so
time to go to the
probably-
soiree and then come to them.
Provided that the entire city isn't burned down by masked cultists.
I should
Okay,
probably
and what-
go early. I should probably not go to the soiree.
What are our goals with the soiree right now?
Talk.
Or Anastas, maybe you do want to go to the soiree, because if shit does go down, like, maybe you do need to be there. I don't know.
Well, then here's where I told Alex about the secret entrance. The
Yes.
Caldwells know about the secret entrance.
Yeah.
We have a good spot to meet. If something goes down, I can't not meet the Nezhit. I think. I don't know. I'm very conflicted. I do not know what to do. I will have to contemplate on it before next session. Right now, I am personally in between being at the soiree until midnight, being at the soiree and not visiting the Nezhit, and then just going to visit the Nezhit.
Y'all have such complicated lives. I'm happy
And-
that I have a character who is just like, I just gotta watch this guy's back.
In regards to the soiree itself, we need to address the problem of the populace both starving and
Yeah.
needing this. We need to
Bunch of
address
people to
what
talk
is
to.
being done and how can we make that public information and to improve the situation so
Well-
that everybody knows where we stand.
I think a very important thing to tell these individuals is that regardless of their weaponry, they don't have enough to hold back a full-scale Hadra invasion.
Yet.
Right.
And, if the city remains in the state that it's in now, it will fall.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah. We are trying to keep it from completely collapsing before shit even more hits
We
the
need to
fan.
talk to the headmaster. We want to talk to the reverend, and then at the party, either like while we're mingling, and then I'm sure a bunch of stuff's gonna happen. But Dorian, I think you need to give a big address when you're given the mic
About what?
about all what we just said. How they're gonna fucking get wrecked by the Hadra if we continue ignoring.
Oh,
the
yeah,
poor.
that's been
Yeah.
the goal all the time.
Yeah.
Big
And
on his mind.
we need to unite is basically what the address comes down to. We can't
Yes.
have this massive schism.
Right.
The burgers need to set aside their capital interests because they're facing
Or we'll all
existential
die.
annihilation.
What else did you learn?
That Millie's got a crush on.
That was
That was
amazing.
pretty
That was
obvious.
the best part of the episode.
Yep.
We learned.
I thought the best part of the episode was Bridget being like, "You don't look like an eat the burgers kind of guy."
I know that's great.
I'll give you that.
Thank you so much.
You're the worst, but I love you.
It was awesome.
Okay, so we learned, we met Millie, I guess.
Yes.
Bad.
It was
Um,
fantastic.
Great character.
We found some kind of crazy fucking potion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God,
The
yes.
Twilight thing that we're not allowed to look up.
Twilight tincture.
Which, well, Alexander will find out a little more about, but that'll probably be next episode. He'll look into that a little bit.
Or just literally let Dorian look at it for 2 seconds.
Well, first we'll let Dorian look at
It's
it.
kind of evolved naturally.
He's gonna be like, "Hey, you stole this from my parents' shop."
Hold
or
on,
figure
I
it
don't
out
know
on
what
your
the-
own.
What is that insane power that you have?
Oh, the teleporting? Or wait,
No,
me?
No.
the forbidden knowledge
I
that
mean, that's
Dorian
also a
has.
pretty
Oh.
insane power. Mine is forbidden knowledge. The character has somehow come to possess the secrets of the mystical traditions regarding alchemy, artifact crafting, alchemy and artifact crafting. Maybe as a result of espionage or after having served a far-traveled master with the abilities alchemy and artifact crafting. He or she has the capability to create all elixirs and artifacts, including those belonging to the secrets of other traditions.
Is it a boon or an ability or what?
It's a boon.
Because he has a demon book.
Oh,
Whispering the secrets of the universe to me.
it's your demon book. Okay.
Absolutely super healthy, I'm sure.
Totally.
That's crazy.
Weird demon rating.
I did not know that.
You also found out where the masks are being made, which
Yeah, and how.
and how, which I
Yeah.
think gave you less information about like where the masks are being made and more information about the depth of the problems that you have right now.
Yes, it's not great.
You went into the Cathedral of Isho and found out what is going on in its basement.
Yep.
And I think that
Death.
is it. I guess we've got the rogue Nezhit, but you also specifically met Horatio.
Ratio the 9th.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Well, I think that about covers it. Does anyone have any questions for me, the DM?
I don't think so.
Don, we gotta talk.
I know we gotta talk.
We gotta
but-
talk. Do you want to talk now or do you want to talk later?
Yeah, we can talk now if you got time.
Okay.
I want to talk.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk in private?
Oh no, I was just curious
Just
what
wanted
you
to
guys
be
are wanting.
involved.
I just want to be involved in whatever you're talking about.
Can I sneak in while you guys are talking in private? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
think
get
they
it.
have private stuff talking.
I want to have secret things to talk about.
Well, you're not the
everyone knows
special
your
snowflake.
secrets.
Don's a special snowflake.
He is. He's our boy.
Listen, this guy just existed this session.
This
we
guy
got stuff
just
to iron
existed
out.
this session, and then like shit came to light about this guy like 5 minutes prior to the session, and then throughout the session.
I'm definitely interested.
And
Is that,
so like now I
that
need to
know
like
that,
figure out how
he
this is gonna
just-
work.
Yeah,
I'm very excited to know more
y'all
about
might have like very, very infinitely complicated certain elements of the story surrounding my character that I did not
complicated it?
Well,
imagine.
that's
would
what
be an
happens when
issue.
you make secret landmines all over the place.
It was one secret landmine.
And we managed to find it, didn't we?
You not only managed
You
to
have
find
the whole
it,
desert
you
to
managed
drive
to like
in.
like you found the one landmine and we're like,
Can we
should
know what
add
the landmine
more.
was?
No.
Oh dear.
Okay, hold on. We found a landmine that changes your character fundamentally.
No. That like incredibly complicates how Don's character can and will interact with the rest of the party for the rest of the campaign.
Oh.
Hey, what did we
In a
do?
very
Bridget's his
entertaining way.
ex-wife.
It
What?
is an entertaining thing. It is not a
Is-
bad thing. It
is
an
Bridget his ex-wife?
entertaining
It's
thing.
Millie.
It's
It's-
yes.
It's
Millie.
all
Is
about
it-
Millie.
Listen,
all
It's
about
all
Millie.
about Jar Jar Binks.
listen.
Billy is the key to everything.
Millie is the Sith Lord. You should have read that book. You should
Oh
have
my
taken
God,
the
yeah,
time
you
to read
should've
that
read the
It's in the
diary.
jargon.
The gibberish was Sith.
He
The
is
gibberish.
Darth Plagueis.
Oh my
God
god.
damn it, Alexander. We were too dumb to be the people left in the
That's
fucking
true.
apothecary.
Yeah,
That's
the literal
true.
detective and the smart guy had to
Put
go
sh-
talk to Millie while the fucking skeleton berserker and
Nas's like, oh, papers. I see. A door. How interesting.
We left Shaggy and Scooby in charge of finding.
Listen.
But Shaggy's power is over 9,000. Like,
Yeah.
he is.
Fucking Anastas thinks he's a super sleuth looking at doors in a safe, and then you got fucking Alexander upstairs
You guys are
Finding
gonna be in the
Millie's
right
diary.
sections. Like,
just stealing and reading the important stuff, but not no.
That would be my luck.
we left Shaggy and Scoob while Velma, Daphne, and Fred fucked off.
Literally, you
to have
you,
lunch.
Like, Alexander would have been great on the date. He would have been great at it.
The date.
She went for.
She wanted him.
She wanted Dorian. What can I say?
There were any number of ways that we could have changed the outcome of that situation, and we did not.
I even
my
tried to. I
God.
was like, "Are you sure there's
The
nothing
whole
else to?" And I was
campaign
being
pivots on Millie.
I feel like we need to go back to the alchemy
You
shop.
might want to invite Millie to that.
You're gonna have to now.
She's already invited herself.
Yeah.
We'll see, Millie. We'll see, Millie.
You brought
again.
the wolf to our midst.
Okay, so here's the thing. We have to see Millie again. We are gonna end up back in the apothecary. We're gonna use that secret entrance.
Okay,
we're gonna get to
that's
that
an important thing to note. It's a secret exit, but like it bars from the Caldwell Manor side. So like,
yeah. So we're gonna come from that side. I imagine
Yeah.
at some point in Arcadia, we are going to enter that tunnel from the correct side, and I find it very hard to believe that we won't.
it's the gun. It's Chekhov's gun.
Yeah.
Tunnel, yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Chekhov's guns, actually, so far. You've kind of been throwing them around.
Like
with
the
reckless
actual
abandon
gun.
Of
Like
yeah,
the gun.
like there's a literal gun.
There's an
on my
actual
back.
gun. Yeah.
There's a real gun.
There's a real gun. All right, I'm gonna pop into a different Discord channel to talk to Don for just a few 5 minutes here, and I will talk to the rest of you all later. Oh, next time we play is not next weekend, but the weekend after. That'll be February 5th.
All right.
Awesome. Just quick, before you guys take off, Don, Lucci, are you guys both interested in playing Blades in the Dark again?
Yeah, we were talking about this. I would certainly be interested, but with me doing the two campaigns now, granted, since they're every other now alternating, it helps. But I want to make sure that I
Maybe we could do like alternating Fridays or something.
Possibly. That could possibly work. Yeah, we'll have to.
You want to jump over and do it?
Yeah,
I gotta get to bed.
let's do it. All right.